Hello, good morning. If you could please take your seat. So good morning to everyone. I would like to welcome you in Thessaloniki and in the FAIRshare final conference. It is a pleasure to see you, all of you here, and most of the project has been during COVID, and I'm sure that being all together, it's very, I'm liking the English word, but it's very, not comfortable, but it's very nice to be together, yeah. So we don't see in screens, and it's some of you I just saw for the first time in person, in flesh and bones, so it was very nice to meet you here. I will just do a short tour on our program. So I've sent you all the programs. I've sent you lots of emails. I promise I won't send so many afterwards. We will have the sessions. I will then come to all the regional hub leaders and to the user cases, explaining which will be the order they will be presenting in the afternoons. Also, I would like to say that this is being live streamed, so if you want to, please share the link that I've sent yesterday. If you haven't given me your presentation, please do as soon as possible. And also, please do use the computers and the TV screens that we have outside so that we can have as many interactive discussions as possible, sharing your user cases, your digital advisory tools, what were your challenges, what did you gain, and what will you implement in the future in your advisory services, and what recommendations do you have for the future. So please use it as much as possible, and if you have any other questions, please come and speak with me so I can sort it out. And also, I would like to let you know that there will be a bus from here to the restaurant and back to the White Tower, and then people can go to their accommodation from there. So yes, please enjoy, and thank you very much for coming, and I wish all the best in our final conference, sharing our experiences and thoughts and gains. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Raquel. And I have, I suppose, just in terms of organizing, we have name tags. We also have a list for people to sign so that there's a record of them, of their attendance here. And we were a little bit late setting up, so we have to do this at the coffee breaks. But please do it, because for your own record and for our record of your attendance, we also need your signature. So just to start, I would like to just give you maybe what is quite a personal experience of this project. I think we have all been on a little journey together, and it's a good way to describe it. So I suppose from my own perspective in Teagasc, this was a challenge, we like to have a challenge, particularly I think people like myself who get near their retirement age, they get another burst of energy, and you'd say yes much more often than you say no to challenges. So it's been a very happy experience for me to coordinate this project from the start, and I think for a number of reasons, which will be clear in the few points that I will make in the next few slides. So again, just for those of you that may be relatively new to the project, so this is quite a different project to the very many research projects. Some of those projects I would have had experience to, there were research actions, or there were innovation actions. Now, this is a CSA, which is a coordination and support action, which means that really there is a big emphasis on the action and to do something. So what were we going to do? And the topic was enabling the farm advisory community to prepare farmers for the digital age. And yes, we have been in a digital age for some years, and yes, we recognize that this is a very serious challenge. And I think we will also find out, and maybe a little bit today here, that this is even an ongoing challenge which is getting more serious. So I just want to put a note of thanks here to RIA and DG Agri. I think we have had a very good relationship with them. At the very outset of the project, they gave very clear guidelines and helped us in the coordination at different stages throughout the project as coordinators, but they also give very clear guidelines to the participants or beneficiaries and partners in the project. And so I have named some of, hopefully accurately, some of the names of the different people. So we have had 3 different project officers from RIA. We have had 2 excellent external reviewers who have been very supportive of our efforts in the project, and also the guiding angel of Inge van Oost, and also Natalia Brezina, who is also has come on board in terms of giving us thing. And I know they are joining, some of these people are joining us online. So yeah, this is the framework of the project, and I suppose it's maybe interesting just to ask, if somebody to ask me why the interest in this project. And I know every one of you have your own story to tell in relation to this, and for me, as a person responsible for knowledge transfer in Teagasc for the last 10 years of my career and working in it for over 30 years, I did have a strong personal story in terms of digitalization and some successes and failures along the way, and as I felt that Teagasc as an organization was very much developing its own suite of tools, its own digital tools and services, almost in isolation, with little cooperation with outside the country, with other advisory services. And for that reason, I felt that we were really making slow progress in this area. These tools are expensive, they are often expert-driven, and for that reason, we have difficulty getting all of our advisors and all of our farmers on board in terms of using them. So we spend a lot of money. In summary, we spend a lot of money developing really good tools. Those champions, those advisors that use them are like beacons for other advisors, but a lot of advisors do not use them. And this was a challenge. And we had done a lot of talking within the organization, but also little, as I said, collaboration outside. Equally, as a chairman of EUFRAS and a member of the board of EUFRAS for a number of years, again, we talked a lot. It was one of the core objectives of EUFRAS to develop some type of digitalization challenge, address some of these digitalization challenges. But again, a lot of talk and little opportunity to do something. So when I read the FAIRshare call, I recognized straight away that it would address this major challenge which we had. And certainly this was stimulated my interest, and hopefully I thought that this would also stimulate the interest of other EUFRAS members, and extending that to the other season, to IALB and other farm advisory associations. So the digital revolution and the digital divide in the period of the project has advanced, and yeah, there are much more tools than we thought that were really good tools, more services at farmers and advisory level. And so this is, I think, the ongoing, if I was to say to any of the people, any one of you in the thing, there are lots of challenges ahead in this area. So I've put a lot of ideas here which were more or less my own in terms of what the value proposition is. And I'm not going to read slavishly down through them, but I do think there are lots of positives, and I think we have, as a project, delivered on some of these. So I hope you can see this. I think I've showed this before. I know Anya McInwelsh, who's in the audience, was helping me at an early stage in drafting the proposal. And I was struggling with some visual representation for the project, because I believe that a complex project like this needs some guiding visual to get people's interest. So one Saturday afternoon, my daughter had just come back from her marketing job, and she asked me a few questions about what I was working on, and I said, I have a really big challenge for you. Can you put something that is visual, that captures a divide which exists between some advisors, some farmers, and maybe other advisors and other farmers in different regions, and that explains where we are with the development of digital tools. And so this was the outcome, and we, of course, for the proposal, against Anya's wishes, she wanted to keep this for the final proposal because it was so natural. But yeah, no, we developed this, which you are all familiar with, people who are familiar with the project. That's on the website. It's been part of our presentations in explaining the project. So there is the before and the after. Okay, so I think it's been very useful, and I am absolutely convinced that a good graphic like this in a project helps to keep people focused and help people working together, because sometimes we change directions or we lose direction a little bit, and I value the input for this type of thing, because each person in this has a little story as well, and that helps to make it real. So this is a little summary of the project. So a €7 million project coordinated by Joggers. All of this is background. 22 partners from 15 countries originally. We added 9 new partners. We also had many third parties, and also subcontracted another, I think 11 cases, 12 cases. So as you can see, hopefully I haven't missed anyone. So a 5-year project ending in 2023. And I suppose what's really important here is the focus that, yeah, when we were writing this project, it was still the end of 2017. So you can imagine that to write a project in something like digitalization, which is so fast changing and so fast moving, that you are already behind time when you start. So this is a nice photograph from the kick-off meeting, which was held in Dublin. So I know you were all very comfortable in your seats, so I would just like to ask everybody who is in this photo or who was at this meeting, please stand up. Anya, I know you were there because yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's quite a small attendance. when we look at it this way, I know that Milan couldn't be here. He will be joining us later, but I know there are some more people who are joining us later who are also there. I don't see Peter standing up, but I think I saw him in the photo. Oh, he's standing at the back, yeah, okay. So it was really good that we still have, we didn't lose, we lost some people, but we didn't lose everybody. And maybe, yeah, and I know that all of the organizations except one that were represented in this kickoff meeting were still with the project. So this again to me was is a good result. So at this meeting we started as maybe how we would like to continue in the project, and we had lots of interactive sessions and workshops, and we really tried to address and embrace the multi-actor principles, looking at who our actors and stakeholders were, and getting the inputs of everybody. And this has been a continuous part of our process throughout the project to engage with people. And now that it comes to the final conference, we are focusing a little bit more on telling the story of the project and of the outcomes, etc. So again, this is how we started, and with a grant amendment we expanded. And at this point, yeah, we have, I forget, is it 43, sorry? 42 partners and third parties involved, and many user cases, and representing most countries in Europe. So along the way and along this journey, we meet with so many unplanned issues, and yeah, things will go wrong, and in a project the clock keeps ticking, and if you don't try and address these issues and problems, then you have and the first challenge was COVID-19, and yeah, we had a lot of plans to do very interactive work, and we had to find another way to do it. And yes, we did find another way to do it, and we have war in Europe. We had the sudden death of Karl-Heinz Nickel in September 22, who is leading a work package, or sorry, leading tasks in the project and participating in other tasks. And yeah, totally unexpected death, and yeah, we sadly missed him, but it meant we had to work very closely with our project officer and to ensure that we had handled everything correctly, and also with our own finance to ensure that we had everything done. I think we were reasonably well able to cope with it, but it did slow down what we were doing. So there was other issues like personnel changes and disruptions. And as any of you who have joined us as third parties or as new partners in the project will know, that we originally intended to subcontract, but procurement rules and EU rules were very difficult, and we really agonized in this part of the project to come up with a solution. So it is quite difficult to pay other agencies for participation in a project, and this is, was a big challenge for us. So I really would like to credit the three key people who are our project managers. Their names will be forever embedded in your own email listings for over the many years. So we started with John Hyland, and then we had Teresa Hooks, and then Teresa retired, and we had a gap of a few months, and John Hyland was able to step in again, and then Raquel, who is here, has taken over. So she has done an excellent job, and they all have contributed in their own way to the project, and they all have, I suppose, moved on to bigger and better things, those that have left the project. So this is where I say thank you, and we will move to the next session, if that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right.
So thank you, Tom. And now we will have a policy brief by the policy officer that is now in charge of FAIRshare, Natalia Bredzina. Okay, thank you, Draco. Yes, so we give the floor to Natalia.
Thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Do you hear me well? Raquel, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Natalia.
Okay, I will share also my screen with the presentation that I prepared for today. One second. Do you see well the presentation?
No, now we can see.
Okay, perfect. So once again, good morning to everyone in this meeting. Please, first of all, accept my apologies that I could not come in person for the final conference of a very successful project. I would like to give today a short policy brief about a little bit the history of the project and what we are also preparing in terms of advisory networks for the future that might be also of interest for you. So my name is Natalia Brzezina and I work in DG Agri in the unit F2 dealing with research and innovation. And since 1 year, I would say, I'm also dealing with the agriculture knowledge and innovation systems and the support of it throughout Horizon Europe. And then my colleague Inge van Os, that was actually here in this unit, now is in the unit D1, is dealing also with agriculture knowledge innovation systems, but from the common agriculture policy perspective. Also, let's say, although I would say that all credit goes to her for establishing this project. So I would like to start by setting the scene and saying that we have very ambitious targets set by the European Green Deal and its initiatives, the Farm to Fork strategy, the biodiversity strategy, the climate action, and we have only 7 years, 7 growing seasons to address them. For this, farmers are very important and advisors are key for farmers. And they are influencing their decisions almost every day. And I know it also from my own experience because I have been growing up and also managing a family farm. And every time there was a problem or any challenge that we have faced all kinds of decisions we had to make, it was very useful to turn to our advisors to help them almost on daily basis. So advisors for farmers are key. And in the current Common Agriculture Policy, there are several novelties related to the advisory services and advisors. And all advisors shall be impartial and integrated within the acquis in an inclusive way. They should be also able to cover, let's say, broader scope of knowledge and of activities and cover all 3 dimensions of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social. They are also, they must deliver up-to-date technological and scientific information developed by research innovation and provide innovation support, in particular for preparing and implementing the operational group projects of the EIP Agri, the European Innovation Partnership for Productivity and Sustainability. It is also obligatory for regular trainings for advisors. And there is importance of showing by the public list of impartial advisors and also their specialization and expertise on the ministry website. So these are the key novelties. But I would like to underline one, this deliver up-to-date technological and scientific information developed by research innovation. Because to be effective, they have to do it. And we have so many different solutions, innovative solutions that are developed, including the digital solutions. And they are developing and basically piling up very fast, given that we have more than 350 Horizon multi-actor projects, also 3,200 EIP Agri operational groups, and many of them are using the digital solutions. But apart from this, there's also many other projects at national level and that are developing these different solutions. So to be effective, they have to be helped with using them. And this is what FAIRshare was about, to help advisors use the potential of the digital solutions. And already in 2018, we have published the topic, or the call for proposal, Rule 13 2018, enabling the farm advisor community to prepare farmers for a digital age. And there, I would like to recall what were the main, I would say, objectives of this. That we wanted a farm advisory community ready to actively use the possibilities of digital technologies and help farmers orient themselves in the new digital landscape. And the project shall, at that moment, contribute to networking farm advisors across the EU, serving a systematic delivery of knowledge and resources to support digital innovation and making advisors able and eager to spread application of digital advisory tools, spillover effects of digital tool infrastructures between agriculture advisors across member states, and developing new types of advisory activities with a focus on making farmers better able to handle involvement and investments in digital technologies. And this is what FAIRshare has delivered, and especially looking at the results of the project, there were many, like really I was impressed by the amount of also practice abstracts you delivered. But one that really I think was very interesting was, for example, the inventory of all the digital solutions that are out there and services for advisors and for farmers. I also very much like for example, the Tuscany Living Lab for wider adoption of the DATS. So all of these different, these are just examples, but all of these very good results that you have delivered throughout this project actually have delivered well on the objectives that we set in the topic. What is also important from my side is that there are other projects that deal with advisory services and to help them basically improve. And two of them, for example, are I2Connect and Attractis. And I think that your project will definitely help also these projects to be even better. And talking now a little bit about the future, under Horizon Europe, we have established new type of networks, advisory networks that focus on advisors, on connecting them across all EU member states in an EU network with view to share experience on how to best tackle the challenges that farmers face, or seize the opportunities that farmers have in front of them. And we have already two advisory networks selected from the first call, EU for Advice and CoreNet, that put together advisors working on improving the producer-consumer relations. But there are 5 more now in the pipeline. Under 2023 call, now 3 advisory networks are, and the grant agreement is in preparation, related to organic agriculture, to use of pesticides and optimal fertilizer use. So basically the targets of the farm to fork strategy. And what I wanted also to say is that in the future, so just in a few days, I would say on 17th of October 2023, we are opening the 2024 call that is aimed at developing EU advisory networks on forestry and on sustainable livestock systems. And here I would like to underline that we would like advisors to be on board of this advisory network. So please consider these opportunities. And there are also other opportunities for building networks. And here there is a thematic network focused on the EIP agri-operational groups to be published also in 24. The classic thematic network where a topic can be developed bottom up, and 2 thematic networks with predefined topic, one on organic farming and one on biodiversity. So I would like to say that alone we, as this basketball player said, alone, Michael Jordan, alone we cannot do much, but talent wins games and teamwork and intelligence wins championships. So really join your forces with advisors and use these opportunities as best as you can. With this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if someone would like to pose any questions to Natalia. People are shy in the morning, so I'm sure they will come with other questions later, and maybe we can email you some of the questions that comes afterwards.
Yeah, and I will be following almost all the today, so anytime, please.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank you very
Natalia.
much.
Bye. So, and now I will give the floor to Tom again for his presentation on digitalization of advisory support services, building the foundation for action. If you please.
Okay. Okay, now, yeah, sorry about that. So I didn't intend to speak for long times and at this, so I just have a very short challenge here of explaining what we mean by a foundation for action within this project. And as you know, we wanted to have a very solid base for the action, the main action, which was based around supporting advisors to adopt new digital tools, to upskill them so that they were confident and competent in that challenge. So this was as outlined, was one of the major aims of the project. And to do that, I suppose we again go back to our basics, and we see that yes, this is the big challenge, that there is a digital divide, that there is a huge separation between advisors who do the same job, advising farmers, but who use different tools. Some have adopted technologies and tools, and others have not. So within that, we need to do something, and the challenge for the foundation was, or the foundation of the action, was to focus on this digital divide. So what were the real issues around it? Why did it exist? And all of these factors came to mind. So when we looked then at the actions and looked at what we see, that we have built this bridge, and within that bridge we have now the tools, the expertise, and the motivation for people to meet, to exchange, and to use the same tools and overcome this digital divide. And I suppose what really is challenging to me is that, yes, 7 years ago we had one set of problems and issues around digital challenges. And if we were to look today, and we would be adding in artificial intelligence and lots of other challenges which are also going to create, and from my perspective anyway, a bigger and more challenging environment for advisors, and not just for advisors, but for the whole of society, for our whole education systems, for how we administer, for example, lots of lots of commercial interests and lots of public and state bodies, etc. And the idea that we can meet this challenge, or we can address this challenge, I think it's a really interesting area. yeah, so how we do this. So this project largely was based around increasing awareness and availability of existing digital tools and advisory services. And as Natalia said, this has been a really good success in the project. We adopted a very simple approach to it, and Sophie will give you a very good presentation in relation to this. And we were preparing for this to implement the user cases. So all of what we did in building the foundation was to prepare for having a good presentation. So this is from the original document, and you can see these are work packages, etc. But apart from that, the permanent networking facility and catalogue of that and trainings and all of the other inputs were part of it. Identifying good practices in relation to digital tools and services, and understanding a little bit better the interface between advisors and farming communities. So I think it's, and I know at one stage I remember a reaction from some of our external reviewers was questioning, why didn't you just go to the literature and you will find all of this in published articles, etc., etc. And for me, this was not a very sound basis to talk to advisory services. I think we have to involve them in the process, and for that we did a lot of workshops, and you will hear a little bit more about that. So convincing people that this project was of interest to them was a big part of the subtext of what we did early on in the project, and I think we did a reasonably good job on it. So it was gathering the evidence base or building the foundation for further action and making contact, getting the interest of advisors, getting the interest of our own staff in our own organizations, but equally other advisors through the bigger networks that are there in UFRIS, etc. So with that, I'm going to hand over. I think at this stage we move to Sophie. Is Sophie here? Sophie, please. Yes. You arrived just in time.
Okay, hello. Okay, so I'm Sofia Musetti. Good morning. I'm a software engineer and research associate in Agricultural University of Athens. I work with Professor Spiros Foudas, who unfortunately could not make it today, and he's sending his regards. Thank you. I'm part of a Smart Farming Technology group. In this research group, we are involved in many projects that have to do with smart farming. We develop many applications that have to do with precision agriculture, but we are also very much involved in designing and developing platforms and knowledge-based platforms for the agricultural community. So, okay. So I'm going to show you what we have developed for FAIRshare over the past 5 years. Of course, by now, I guess everyone is already familiar with the PNF, the Permanent Networking Facility. You can access it by typing fairshare-pnf.eu or from the official website of the project under the Dutch Inventory tab. I guess, yes, most of you have already contributed in the inventory, so you are familiar with the Dutch term. It was the first step to try to identify and describe what is a Dutch, Together with all the partners, we managed to find a definition that had to do with several categories, and this was part of the effort to show to advisors and our users that a DATS could be anything that helps advisors make their work more efficient in helping farmers. So we try to engage people by showing them that a DATS is not just an application or a software that is very sophisticated, but it could also be an Excel sheet that helps, that an advisor has created and wants to share with their colleagues. So regarding how the inventory grew, we started 1 year probably after the project started, and the initial goal that was written in the grant agreement was to reach 200 DATs by the end of the project. But we were very happy to reach this goal quite early with the contribution of all partners and the external users. So the next bet was to, I don't know, capture all agricultural, all digital tools that exist. Right now we are in 361 tools. I checked this morning, so I don't see an end in this collection. I think that we can still double it and go higher because there are many more DATs out there that we haven't captured yet. Another fact that I'm personally very happy about is that most of the DATs have come not only from the partners and their organizations, but we have managed to engage actors from outside the consortium, because in a project, when we have to, usually in other projects, when we create collections of DATs or databases or for any types of information, we usually have a partner in the context of a task or a work package that will create this collection. For me, it was very surprising to see users coming from the outside of the consortium who were very eager to add their DATs. So this number, 261 users, may not be very spectacular, but all these people were quite engaged, and I was very happy to receive emails where I had to troubleshoot, because this meant for me that they were engaged. So the main goal was to capture, as I've told you earlier, all the DATs that exist in EU regarding agricultural advisors. We needed to create one space for everything, because we know that the internet is a vast and scary place. So we would like all advisors to be able to find very easily and in a friendly way all the information they needed. So we created the collection. One very common way to use it, and a very frequent query, is to explore existing DATs per country, because I know that advisors usually choose to use DATs from their country, so this filter has been used a lot. And of course, language is a very important attribute and factor that advisors use when they try to choose or they try to see what exists in their country. Of course, there are many additional filters. In order to describe a DATS, we used more than 32 attributes, all of these and many more that you will see later. It was not easy, and also we did it in a dynamic process where we were adding attributes along the way, because our users, by the feedback that we had from them, they wanted different kinds of information. So on one of this information is the agricultural practice, as you see. So at some point we added the organic, non-organic, and of course you can see a filter over at the top regarding COVID-19 pandemic, where we also responded very quickly and added an attribute for DATs that were highly used during the pandemic. Some more filters have to do with the categories I've showed you earlier. We have all kinds of different DATs described inside the inventory. And of course, we have filters that have to do with the benefits and the challenges that are addressed by the DATs. Okay, so let's say that I click on a DATS and I want to see all this information. The first thing I will see is the target audience it covers. It's addressed to, so whether it's about farmers, agronomists, industry, etc. And the sector it covers. Then we have a very long description of how the DAT works. And another important point here is that we have this description in English, it's a requirement, but also we have an optional field where the uploader can upload the description in his or her native language, which is also very important for the people who are searching the DATs, but also for people who want to see how it works, but also for people who are searching in their native language, because we know farmers or not all advisors are English speakers. And the last tab has to do with the benefits and challenges it addresses, as I've told you earlier, which is also a very important attribute. Going into more technical details, an advisor can see, or a user in general, because not all our users are advisors, a user can see all technical details that have to do with the DATs and are important, of course, for the user, like if it's a mobile app or a web app, or if it needs internet connection. And also a very important attribute is if it requires some training or the level of literacy in technology in general. Another important attribute also has to do with having the contact details of the person who provides, or the organizations who provide these DATs, in order to be able to communicate with them. And also we have a special space where we can, where the users can access documents or videos or any related material to the DATs in order to understand how it works. So, apart from the inventory, we also have several other functionalities and features inside the permanent networking facility. Of course, the inventory has a very well-built search engine, where we built this together with Thessaloniki Research. I don't know if someone is here today. This search engine is using a custom-made FAIRshare ontology. Thessaloniki Research used the database of FAIRshare together with some literature in order to create an ontology that highlighted the special attributes, let's say, of the DATs inside the inventory. So I'm not going to get technical, but you can see more in the documentation. The PNF is translated in 11 languages. The interface, and at this point, when we did it, we chose not to use an AI tool. Maybe they were not so advanced 2 or 3 years ago. So again, it required some effort from our partners to translate most of the interface, but this meant that we had very good quality translations that highlighted all the nuances regarding the DATs, which is not very common in AI tools, especially in languages other than the popular ones, let's say. Of course, since we have let's say, a networking platform, we gave much importance to the user profile, so we have a set of fields that also describe a user, and it's very important to have the contact details in case someone also wants to communicate with the user who uploaded the DATs and wants to know more about the way it works or the context, share some experience, etc. We also host in the inventory material and outcomes that have been provided by other activities and tasks in the project. We have a second database of more than 180 training materials that exist and have been collected. And most of them are also related to Dutch, so this is quite convenient, if I may say, because when a user selects a Dutch, he or she can also see if there is some training material related to it, and vice versa. You can access a Dutch from this page, and you can also have some filters in order to identify which of the material is relevant for you. Of course, we are hosting the Good Practice Gallery, which is also an outcome from some other activity of the project, and we will keep adding more good practices regarding how to use DATS and how to create better DATS for the users. We also have the DATS assessment tool, which is an interactive tool, meaning that the user is able to add some scores regarding criteria for the DATS and get a result as to if the DATS fits his or her needs. And you can also download this tool in the 11 languages. And of course, throughout the platform, we have several call to actions, as we call them, where we ask the users to give feedback regarding the DATS, of course, and if they have some testimonials or any kind of feedback to share. So, I would like to show you some thoughts about and some plans that we have made regarding the future of the networking facility. First of all, I will have to say that we have built the DATS inventory as an API, as an open API. For any of you who don't know what this is, it means the application programming interface. So you can imagine that it's like an access point for human beings, but mainly for other machines or systems or software in order to communicate with the platform. So this API, it has a documentation on the link on the bottom if you would like to see more. So it's a quite simple API. It only has 2 requests in order for the user to get all the DATS. He or she is able to just type this and he will receive a JSON file with all the DATS. And the same can also be made, but for a specific query, where the user is able to add the slash and the search term and get the DATS that fit this term. And the result seems like it's something like this. So it's just a JSON file that is, a human can read it, but also a machine, which is very important. So using this API, we have already collaborated with several projects several projects, and the policy officer has mentioned some earlier that are also looking at the inventory. So far, we had some projects like Codex who have already included FAIRshare and many of our DATS in their inventory, together with other projects, of course, but they have put many of the DATS in the most of the information that we have, because not all projects have the whole set, let's say. And we also have another example by Quantifarm, who are also gathering DATS from several countries and from several contexts. And of course, I guess everyone is familiar with EU Farmbook, which is an EU project that aims to collect all projects' outputs in one place. So, since we are also, as a team, AUA is also part of EU Farmbook, and especially the development team, we're going to make an effort in order to upload and integrate the whole of the inventory in the most efficient way, so people can also find it from there. We're going to keep the inventory alive either way, meaning that AUA will keep hosting and supporting the inventory. I would like to show you, before I close, I would like to show you this map, which is a map that we have used in several occasions in order to engage our advisors throughout the project to upload DATs. So as you can see, as I've told you today, we have 361 DATs. I guess Spain have gone out of their way to bring Spain into the top, very far from the next. So yes, if you want to beat Spain, or if you feel that you have more DATs that you haven't uploaded yet, please do so. The project is ending, but we definitely will keep it open so we can double it or more and keep it alive. Thank you for your contribution, first of all, and for your attention. Thank you.
So, Sophie, we have time for one question. Do we have a question? If not, we will move. Thank you, Sophie, for a very clear presentation. And I think, sorry, yes, Sylvain, do we need a microphone?
First of all, if you type this link I have put there, you will actually get the tools in a format called the JSON, which is something that you can download and convert to other formats like Excel or CSV if you are using this. So this is the way if you want to use it as a user. If you have an application or another system, another platform that you want to retrieve the DATs in let's say in a synchronous way, meaning that you also get the updates and with the frequency you want, you will have to engage some of your IT people, probably. But it's not difficult. I mean, APIs, you know, is a very efficient way for systems to communicate with each other. So it's let's say, one day's work. You're welcome.
Thank you, Sylvain. Sorry, one more question. Just.
Hello, one question. How long will you host the repository after the ending of the project? Shall I repeat it?
Well, we are hoping to have it at least for 5 years in our servers. I guess this means is that what this means is that we're going to host. We are going to cover the expenses, and for the support, I'm not sure we will be able to develop new functionalities as we have been doing, but of course, as I've told you, it will live in other repositories as well. We are going to try to upload it in EU Farmbook, and of course, I guess that as we have discussed with Tom, it will be an open, let's say, call or discussion for any partner, including us, of course, to maybe, I don't know, transform it into something else in the context of a new project, or I don't know, yeah. But of course, we are keeping it at least for 3 to 5 years with AUA responsibility, let's say. I don't know if you want to add something, Tom?
Yeah, I think we are open for offers, but as you know, the window is getting very short for the future. But if AUA is willing to keep it going, it's fine. But for this type of facility, we probably need to think about who will take it over and maybe bring it to another level. Mm-hmm. And this is why we haven't really been rushing to find a home for it. We're happy that it will continue to operate as a platform, and if it becomes of interest, then that's fine.
Yes.
Thank you. So thank you, Sophia.
You're welcome.
So now I would like to introduce my Teagasc colleague, Dr. Anya McInwalsh, who is a social science background, but very much known to people in the project for the work in Work Package 2, where she worked very closely with Anita and Octon and others involved in this task. I'll ask Anya to give her presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Tom, and good morning to all of you. So as Tom has mentioned earlier in his presentation and just now, so this work package is led by Teagasc. So you would have met and would have worked with and have known some of the colleagues that are listed here who moved on to other opportunities, Anita, John, Teresa. But also Work Package 2 involved very significant work undertaken by other partners, not confined to Teagasc. So you are here today, and it is our collective body of work that I'm going to overview in this particular presentation. We have Patricia, we have the colleagues from EDEL, from HAFL, and also I omitted Bruno Heller's name from this list, but in error. He was in place as Patricia's predecessor. So Tom asked me to speak about, the good practices from FAIRshare. What do they tell us now at this stage of the project, now that we are nearly completed? But in order to answer that question, it's helpful to review, well, what was the nature of the good practices that were collected? How did we define what a good practice is or was in the context of FAIRshare? How was information collected about those good practices? And how does FAIRshare express those now? Is it just in a document or a video or a story? So we need to just overview that quickly. And then very importantly, now that we're at this stage of the project, how do we envisage that these good practices will engage people enthusiastically in a way that's relevant to people, so they can pick good practices that are relevant and useful to them and put them into practice and have all the information that they need to do that. So I'm just going to overview that, starting from the very beginning of the project. When we put together our first deliverable, which was essentially to explore, well, how do we identify good practices and what are they? And how can we identify good practices in the whole world of digital advisory tools, which is a second part of the question or the challenge. Well, we do know from FAO, from the ENRD, this concept of good practices is so popular, not just in the European Commission, but further afield. And we all know about the EIP Agri Practice Abstract Database. So we are all convinced that good practices remain a part of lots of different projects. But we still needed to revisit this and say, well, how can we do this in the best way we can to really ensure that these good practices will be used effectively? So this is the definition that we're all familiar with. What makes a practice good? That it has been implemented, therefore tested, with positive results. It has generated and proven those positive results. It's successful in that context and innovative. It has been tested and validated. And very importantly, it's transferable from one context to another. Otherwise, it really would be of no use to communicate this practice if it couldn't be taken up by other people in different contexts. But really, we had to investigate this definition a little bit further to ensure its usefulness in FAIRshare. Where digital advisory tools are concerned, depending on what country you look at or what region or what community within the ACAS, some of the digital advisory tools are very well known. For instance, in Ireland, there are particular tools that every advisor knows about, and advisors who use them believe them to be good and useful, meeting those criteria in the previous slide. Other DATs, digital advisory tools, are less well known and not widely perceived as good, even though they have characteristics that are certainly good. So FAIRshare wished to capture those. There was no point in just collecting good practices that a lot of people knew about. So we needed to capture the full range of these, and FAIRshare partners were very, very active in scouting for these good practices. So the aim at the time was about 15 to 20 good practices per country, per partner country, with an overall target of 200. So we know that there's no universally best practice. So that's why I think in a lot of projects and contexts, people don't say best practice anymore, because there's no such thing as best universally. It depends on what is good, and good is perceived by the subjective perception of the person who is evaluating it. So from the perspective of an advisor, a tool may be very good, but that is not to suggest that it is universally good, that is best for every advisor. So that's why but we are attentive to that and to the importance of that diversity in opinion in how we identify the good practices. There is a need to capture diversity. We're still at the preparation stages here when we were considering what to include in the collection of good practices, which would have a lot of implications later on in the project of who the project could engage through these good practices. What about diversity of user needs? Very, very different types of needs lead to the recognition of a good practice and its evaluation as good, different users' needs. There are successful practices that are tried and tested and that can be positively appraised as having been successful. But there are also good practices that encountered challenges and difficulties, and the ways in which these were overcome provide very important learnings. And these are very good and important learnings that we wanted to capture. And then there was this notion of hot topics. This was a way of identifying back at this point in time, which was 2020, what are the hot topics currently? If we look at all of the current debates at policymaking among practitioners in online fora, in the various documents and reports coming from the public and private sectors, what are the hot topics when it comes to digital advisory tools currently? So that review was undertaken, and we identified just a number of key themes. This was a useful exercise because we didn't want everybody to go out and identify good practices that were all about data management, just one theme here, or all about knowledge brokering. No, we wanted to try and encourage people to just think about these different types of hot topics, so that when they scouted for the good topics, they would remember these themes, and that would encourage diversity in the final collection. These are really interesting principles. It's a lot for the partners to think about, all of these things when thinking about a good practice. But these are the UN 9 principles for digitalization, which we would have presented on very early in the project. They're really sound, easy to understand, solid principles that are very, very relevant to any project, really, and particularly a multi-actor project. Design with the user. Try to consider the role of the data in the context of the overall ecosystem. Those in I2 Connect will know all about this very well. Design for scale also. That's not always relevant. Build for sustainable use. Is there a sustainability motivation underpinning the use of this data? Be data-driven. Use open standards. That's very across the board relevant. Reuse and improve. That's even incorporated to the name of FAIRshare. Address privacy and security. And be collaborative. And what we emphasized at the time, try and make the good practice data that you identify relevant to about 3 of these if you can. More if possible. But they're really good sound principles, and I don't see these becoming outdated very soon. So then into the next stage of the project, we handed over to our colleagues, Patrick Sarzo, who led this task, and the co-design process began, and this is taken from the deliverable 2.2. Well, what about the template then? We have these various principles. We have shaped the the formation of the net, the criteria where we go out to identify the good practices. But what kind of template should we use to collect them that's user-friendly? And I think it was really fantastic that FAIRshare adopted a co-design approach to develop this template, to enhance its user-friendliness to the partners as they were challenged with going out and collecting information. So in a way, many of these principles here were adhered to in the work of Work Package 2, which was led by Patrick. And this is ultimately after a co-design process where the wisdom of another project, AgriSpins, that feels like a long time ago, the pearls, puzzles and proposals, the actors in FAIRshare were asked to identify, well, are there pearls, are there puzzles, are there proposals in relation to this template? And the outcome was this particular template for the collection of the good practices. It is modelled, but not entirely modelled, on a template we created for the Skin project before FAIRshare. And it's also, the information in it is consistent with the EIP Agri practice template. So there's the information that's required within it that can be extracted and lodged to EIP Agri, which is an important practical consideration, of course. So there is some added information, but you can't read that, but I'm just simply showing you a screenshot of the actual template. So what are the most important characteristics? Hot topics are related, so does your good practice relate to any of those hot topics we identified earlier? What kind of needs does the good practice respond to? This is really important. An advisor wants to identify good practice on the basis of the need or needs he or she is experiencing. That's an important piece of information. Partners are required to document how it adheres to these 3 criteria, that there have been positive results from it, whether through challenges or through successes, that overall it has been successful and that there's some degree of transferability about the practice. This is a really important part now, the next part, and Tom emphasised it at the very beginning this morning, that there's some kind of narrative, a story created and deposited about the user experience. This is so powerful and important in communicating, from an end user's perspective, from the perspective of an advisor. What good was this good practice? In his or her own words. Very important component. Then we have these fantastic pearls, puzzles and proposals, inspired by AgriSpin. And then there might be some media content or a social network diagram. The social network diagram was used to some extent. It can be useful. Well, who's actually involved in implementing this good practice? What's the flow of information within it? What part of the ACUS is this DAT used in? That's an important story as well, in some cases. So just to mention, before I move on to where these good practices fit in the context of the overall FAIRshare project, I'll just mention that this was a very significant task, an awfully broad type of task, taking into account the type of criteria that partners had to consider when identifying good practices and the nature of information they had to complete. A really useful approach was used. There was a link provided to people in FAIRshare to an online form where they could score the good practice. Sorry, the visual didn't come out in my slides here. A very easy to use form to help them be reflexive and reflect about whether this is a good practice or not before they went and collected information in relation to it. So it was just for your own use, clicked on a link and could score the good practice to see, does it meet the criteria? Does it, even the diversity of hot topics, have I just been too tunnel vision, for instance? And it was a very, very good tool. So it was enormously helpful, and it condensed what was a lot of criteria and considerations into a relatively simple form. So the good practices, where do they sit within FAIRshare? We've heard about the DATs, really, the inventory really comprehensively from Sophia. So then we collected good practices. At this point, certain hot topics we've added to them, and there's particular hot topics now emerging from the patterns within the nature of the good practices collected, user-friendliness, hugely important, user-centered design, and environmental control and monitoring. And these resonate very importantly with those UN principles that I mentioned earlier. The storyboard, so as I mentioned earlier about the expression of the good practices, it wasn't simply an Excel sheet with text. There were stories within these good practices. These are really important parts of the communication potential of the good practices, because people can see themselves in the story. The end user should be able to see themselves as part of the story that depicts the use of the digital advisory tools. And then there was the animated videos, the final few of which will be, some of are on the website, and you can view those outside, as Raquel encouraged you to do. And a collection of about 19 of those videos were made. So we have the DATS inventory, we have the template of good practices, and then we have the vignettes. And the vignette term was just used, inspired by social science, because it wasn't, a vignette is a kind of a glimpse into another person's reality, into the user story of a particular good practice. So we just used this term vignette to try and capture the diversity of information that was collected in relation to the good practices. So the storyboards are listed here. You don't wish to read those here, but you can certainly access these stories through, these are all different themes and really comprehensive themes. And I think the comprehensive variety of these themes reflect very well on the original thinking that went into the early stages of the work package, where we really thought carefully and conscientiously and comprehensively and diversely about what constituted a good practice. And we can see here gender and age of user considers, quality of life, lots of different, and data obviously, lots of different stories here that are very, very comprehensive as a collection. The animated videos are here, and this is reporting from Patricia Fry's recent deliverable, and you can log on in the reception area there to review those. And Patricia Fry from HAFL, she undertook a survey also, and this was very, very important to assess, well, what is the quality of these videos? How useful are they, particularly from the perspective of advisors within FAIRshare? So here is just some snapshots from Patricia's deliverable that show the evaluation. So were there not enough details? Were some important details missing? Was the description sufficient? And was it well described? So these are really important questions. And we report on those, and Patricia and colleagues report on those in a recent deliverable T2.3. So some of our last finishing touches to this work package is all really focusing about how end users will be able to navigate the collection of good practices and identify those which are particularly useful and applicable to them. So this work started over a year ago, identifying trends, because if we can identify trends, these are kind of the categories or themes that people may wish to browse relevant good practices. So that started off at a valuable opportunity, really, which was a UFRAS event in June. And they identified various trends. If we remember the hot topics, they are being revised slightly now to take account of these trends, to perhaps create categories available on the website where people can identify good practices that are relevant to them. So we see lots of different types of trends that were identified by people in those workshops. And then also we have the critical success factors. So this is moving away now from the categorization and thinking, well, okay, we have a good practice here, but part of the transferability of that good practice is thinking about, well, what are the factors and variables in a particular new context that could influence its likely success? And how can we plan for that and mitigate some of the threats and capitalize on some of the strengths? So that's what you were all doing in those really useful workshops of this year, where multi-actor workshops were held in each of the 4 regions. And you engaged, I think everyone was very impressive in this participatory systems mapping exercise. This is an example of okay, we have a challenge. We have to make this particular good practice easy to use in another context. What are the variables that are going to influence that? What are the challenges? So this is a very useful piece of information for people, end users, to think, okay, we see a really good practice there. I want to bring it into my context. What are the variables I should be thinking about? And I'll add some of my own, customize them. So again, just to acknowledge the fantastic efforts and very significant roles of the partners, Idel and Hafel, in this work, and my colleagues, some of whom have moved on, as I said, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya, and maybe we have time for one question. Raquel has the microphone, so if you want to, please take the opportunity to ask a question, but equally we are... Well, if there isn't a question, I think at this stage, Anya will engage with you at a later stage and throughout today and tomorrow. So please come back with any questions. And thank you, Anya, for a very clear and precise presentation, as always. Thank you. So now I invite Pierre Cordel to talk about the work of trying to understand this interface in terms of digital technologies and services, digital tools and services, the interface of advisors and farmers, and how we struggle with this in terms of trying to, or have struggled in terms of how to, learn how we can have more impact with, in terms of digitalization. So, Pierre, your organization is AC3A?
Yeah,
yes?
It's the Chamber of Agriculture.
French Chambers of Agriculture. Excellent. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. So, yeah, I'm Pierre Cordel, working for the Chamber of Agriculture in France, and I'm a digital project manager. So today I will tell you what we learn about digitalization challenges and opportunities for farmers and advisors. So first of all, we use the 4 regional hub that Tom presented earlier. So for every steps, we use this hub. So the first step of this work was to create 2 surveys. So 1 survey for farmers and 1 survey for advisors, and to spread it all over Europe in all the partners' country. Thanks. And so at the end of this survey, we have more than 1,000 answers. 600 from advisors and 400 from farmers. And the main findings of these surveys was so the farmers and advisors have a strong trust relations. So that's something we already knew, but we see that it's quite the same in all the European countries, and it's true for every main findings that we find. These are the same in more or less every countries. So farmers used to receive expert and personalized advice. Sorry. Farmers also get the data from advisors or other farmers. They are not really into commercial things. The benefits they expect from the data are aligned with the farmers and advisor, so they want the same things from the data, and the result of the data are the same for both. The data benefits are not most of the cases are not easily understandable, especially for farmers. They want to use the data, but they didn't really find what the data can bring them as a plus. So it's one of the barriers, but we will talk it about later. And we also have the investment costs that are really something, a major barrier for the farmers to invest. We also have more findings. So the infrastructure issues, connectivity, availability of automated data, etc. It's really something. For advisors, something it's that you don't have the reference sources for the data that's been used in digital tools. It's really something that care for advisors, not for farmers. We also have best practice or good practices tools for agricultural use. And advisors mostly recognize the need to receive trainings for using of digital advisory services and tools, mostly for communication, methodology, or content. But farmers are not, I think they need trainings, but they are not asking for. So after this survey, we organize 4 focus groups, so 1 in each regional hub. So the focus group are really small groups of people. It's like 15 people in average on every groups. And the idea is to have the same amount of farmers, advisors, and digital industry actors. So everyone will be represented at the same aspect. And the purpose of the focus group is to identify the day-to-day challenges for farmers. So focus groups are more focused on farmers' challenges. So we identify 7 main challenges. So all the economics and prices, it's really something for farmers. The time and work management, because farmers are lacking of time to do everything. Also, the optimization of use of the inputs on the farm to use the good amount of inputs on the right place. Also, everything about regulation, quality, report, and everything, more administrative things. Also, the climate change, it's something, so we do the focus group in 2021. So climate change is already something. Producing in a sustainable way, it's quite related. And also, they want to know what data is available and useful. So to have some feedback on what data is good for this or this issues. So we also identify some barriers, and we also asking farmers to how they want to overcome this type of barrier. So, for example, for the connectivity, so the lack of internet or bad internet connection on the fields. So the idea is to develop that also work offline for the period that we are on the fields, and when we go back to the office, you can connect and share the data. Also, for the lack of skills or training. So the idea is to organize the working groups, learning networks, peer-to-peer learning, trainings, cross-visit, tutorials, etc., videos. We have a lot of way to overcome this barrier. For the lack of time, willingness, or motivation to learn about that, the idea is to develop tools in co-creation with the users, to involve them in the creation of the DATs, and maybe they are more able to use it after. For the value benefits that are not clearly visible for the DATs, the idea is to have a list, short or long, with interesting and useful tools that have been compiled by independent advisors, so to avoid all the commercial aspects. And also for data collection and security, that are really a main barrier. The idea is to develop our integrated platform or tools that communicate with each other, so it's interoperability, and also to pay more attention to data security and data ownership and consent and everything like that. So after this focus group, we organized workshops. So the idea of the workshop is to have a biggest amount of people. So the groups are more 20 or 30 people. And in this workshop, we don't really want to have the same amount of people for farmers, advisors, and digital industry actors. It's quite open for everyone, and a lot of people came for this workshop. And in the workshop, we more focused on advisors, barriers. So we see that if you see the number of barriers, and we have quite the same barriers for advisors and for farmers. So we find mostly the same barriers. So data privacy, too many dats, and we don't know which one is good, the trainings, the work management, the price, and the sustainable way. And we also in the workshop ask people if they already have some solution to overcome or idea to overcome these barriers. So we also quite find some related solution that in the focus groups. So for the data privacy and security, so a good explanation and more like training to people to know how GDPR and all this kind of stuff works. Also, the DATS programming should be standardized to ensure the interoperability, and also should be user-friendly, clear display, tell people the consent things. For the availability of too many DATs, but one of the solutions that overcome is create a DATS inventory. So that's the main purpose of the FAIRshare project. So we overcome this barrier. For the lack of training, we also do a lot of things in the FAIRshare project. So by doing the training, all the training inventory, but also doing a lot of cross visits, knowledge transfer, exchange with people. Sorry. So and a lot also of communication between that. So that's it. And for the three last barrier, so to the work management, the idea to overcome is to make more administrative work to be reduced. So using data collection and automatization to help for this, and also identify and promote a wider dissemination, flagship farm between farmers and advisors. For the lack of price certainty, so it's always create that track global commodity price to be able to compare the price of the different DATs and what they do. Also the specific DATs that record expenses and can benchmark farmers' expenses. And also all the translation issues about DATs, because sometimes a good DATS can be developed in Netherlands, but some French farmers want to use it, but they don't know Dutch languages. So the translation could be something, and with all the IA revolution that we are seeing today, I think it could be something that can be made. And to the sustainable way, the idea is to have some quality digital tools for weather forecasting, also sustainable production methods using DATs, and collect and provide access to digital decision support tools. That's really helpful to make a good use of inputs and produce in a sustainable way. And the last part of this works, it's more about now that we have all these results, how can we communicate it for people that wants to have more information. So for that we do two main things. The first one is the FAIRshare Talks. So it's short videos that you can find on the YouTube channel of FAIRshare project. And the idea of these videos, it's one people, advisors or farmers, that will be talking about these problematics and how we, by using DATs or data collection or something like that, how we can overcome the problematics. So we have 4 videos already on the YouTube channel. And we also do FAIRshare sessions. Maybe some of you participate on it. It was on Twitter, or X now. So the idea is to choose a barrier or problematic. So for example, in the images you can see a lack of price certainty or need to improve work management and workflow. So we asked the question on Twitter during a specific hour. We communicated on it, and people can exchange in below the post to have. So most of the sessions, so we have 6 sessions during last month, and in most of the session we have a good amount of people that are interacted and exchange about how in their country they do something in this case. And we also communicate on the day-to-day challenges identified. So we create some posts to show it and also to say how to overcome this barrier. And so that's it for me.
Thank you, Pierre. And if you have questions, I think, Pierre, we have a few minutes, maybe about 3-4 minutes if there are questions. Raquel has a microphone. You don't have to use it, but please give us some questions.
Yeah, Raquel.
The presentation.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Okay, sorry. Did during the workshop come up who should pay for the development and maintenance of DATs? Because if especially we look at the languages, the circle of potential users, both in advisory and farmers, are quite small. Either this gets regulated over the price, which is then very high, or over the scale, which is usually with other IT products. Were there any approaches discussed, any ideas, any issues raised there?
I don't remember people talking about these issues, but of course I understand it was an issue. But I don't remember in this workshop that didn't talk about this subject, no. But it's another issue that we can add to everything.
I wanted to inform you, but I guess you know that there is also a database of digital tools for the reduction of the use of pesticides, which is being built by the IPM Decisions project. So I don't know if there are exchanges between FAIRshare and IPM Decisions, but yes, it is certainly relevant for FAIRshare. And also currently there are digital tools for climate smart farming, which are being collected, analyzed, and selected by the project Climate Farm Demo. So maybe there could be also some interesting information for FAIRshare coming from this project.
I think that observation is well noted. I am involved with IPM Decisions. I am chairing the advisory board, and I have, I think on the surface it looks like it's a parallel exercise, but IPM Decisions, from my understanding and what I see they have done, is they have spent a lot of time analyzing each of these tools and improving them, and have a lot more what I would call focusing on the tool, whereas we have spent a lot more time looking at putting out the big net to try and capture as many tools as possible, and then we do not decide which is the best tool. We assume that the tools have come from advisors, or services have come from advisors themselves, which is a big assumption, and but it has worked in this particular case to gather so many useful tools from advisors and from advisory organizations. But we do not accredit any of these tools in IPM decisions. Yes, they have to be accepted to a minimum standard. Also, in some of in the other project you mentioned, as you say, they do not have an open approach to tools, which to me is a much healthier environment. If it is fully open, then people will decide very quickly themselves if this is just an advertisement for a tool from a company which just wants to get revenue from more users or whatever, or a tool which is really useful for advisors. So, yeah. Any other comment or question?
Yeah, just a question for Pierre, and it's maybe not strictly about FAIRshare, more about his role in the Chamber of Agriculture. So, is your role, Pierre, purely around digitalization of advisory services, or are you an advisor, or how do you work in the structure in Normandy, or what way does that work?
Sorry, I don't understand.
In your actual role, you're in the Chamber of Agriculture in Normandy. Yeah. Is your role to support advisors in digital applications, or?
My role is more project management in digital development of tools, etc. And I work with my colleagues that are advisors on the field, but more in their specialty. So in crops, in dairy farming and everything. And I try to involve them in that development if they are related to their specialty. And so I don't do direct advice to farmers, but I work with my colleagues that already have the trust relation, like I said in my presentation. They already create it. And most of the farmers, when we go to them and talk about directly digitalization, they don't want to hear about directly digitalization just like that. I try to organize a lot of meetings with farmers about digitalization in general, and I have nobody in this meeting. So we're more trying to focus on the use of the relation that are already existing by the advisors and the farmers on dairy problems or crops problems, etc. And we try to put a little bit of digitalization on it to acculturate farmers to that.
And you're solely working in Normandy, that the chamber in Normandy is?
Yeah, me, I work in Normandy, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Lovely presentation, thank you.
Okay, I think if there isn't any hand, I don't see anyone. I think at this stage we could take a very well-earned cup of coffee and stretch the legs. And also don't forget to sign the attendance, but also get your name badge, and yeah, we can see you in, what is it, 20 minutes? Yeah?
Yeah.
Half an hour. Please take your seats and we can make a start. We are already a little bit late. Please take seats, please. We'll have lots of time for discussion in the afternoon, so yeah. Okay, I think we will start, and first of all, it's a great pleasure to introduce two members of our project advisory board. I know that both of them contributed to part of our meetings in the earlier stages of the project, and I know Crean Pop was at our last general meeting and attended it because it was in almost in his own parish. So this was, yeah. So it was really, I suppose, a process which is set up and a requirement of the project, and I think is a very helpful requirement. And it does allow us to have take some advice from the advisory board and come back to them with some issues or challenges. But in the case of FAIRshare, I don't think we were too demanding, and I'm glad for that, because I've just agreed to participate on the advisory board of another project, even though I am retired, and I don't want to be too challenged either in this. So first of all, I would like to just to introduce them, and it's, I suppose it's ladies first. So Christine Davis, I know for many years ago. I think we attended GFRAS meetings together more than 10 years ago in a different context to a project like this. And she is now working with IFPRI, and she is the Senior Research Fellow for Natural Resources Resilience. So, Christine, you're more than welcome to join this panel. And I'm not going to give long introductions because we are already running a little bit late. And so, if you don't mind, I will introduce Crean Pop, who is again well known in the European circles of particularly in relation to the ecosystem and the economics analysis and various policies around the CAP, etc., for many years, and also for his role in the SCAR committee. So I don't want to spend too long introducing, because I want to just get some feedback and reaction from them. And really, I just want to leave this as open as possible, and just to explain to you, both of these I consider to be really knowledgeable and expert people in the ecosystem, and both of them also have an understanding and a background in terms of how digital tools and digital services are going to change and will change the future of how we look at the ecosystems. So I suppose, first of all, Christine, I would like to ask you for a general reaction to, if you like, the basis or the foundations that are there for future, I suppose, work in this area in terms of sharing digital tools and services between advisors. What is your recognition of the state of play?
Thanks very much, Tom, and hello, everyone. Sorry I can't be with you in person. I mean, I think digitalization in agriculture has produced this abundance of products, services, projects that promise to really revitalize advisory services around the globe. And providing this sort of go-to place for tried and tested digital advisory tools and services, coupled with using this social networking approach, I guess you might term it, really does provide an excellent foundation for action. And I think what needs to happen now is to ensure inclusion and continuous improvement through monitoring and evaluation in digital innovation and advisory services.
I see you have some help, and that's fine. That's really natural and fine. And if they want to add something, please. Okay, Crane, would you give me maybe your, I suppose, initial thought in relation to this question?
Yes, good morning, everybody in Thessaloniki. It's a pleasure to be on the panel. Unfortunately, not live in Greece, but that's how it is. I think that everybody agrees or could agree that in our age, information technology is really a changing factor, is used for a lot of issues in agriculture, be it further productivity increase or efficiency. It's used, of course, within the advisory services for efficiency. And there is more to come. I mean, it's hard to estimate if artificial intelligence will go the way of the spreadsheets or the blockchain way or whatever, but it's clear that the information technology is here to stay, not only in the Western world. I think if you see what developing countries do with their paying systems, having less legacy problems than some of us in the Western countries, I think this development is here to stay. And it's very good. I had a good impression of the project in Den Bosch on what you are doing. And I think that a lot of the advisory services see this challenge coming, or individuals in the organization see this challenge. And then I think it's very attractive to have a community of practice to learn from each other and to see what can be shared and what can be done.
Thank you. And in the context to which we understand the effectiveness of the ACES system, and well, this is quite a general question, I know, but how, the ACES system we understand as almost like an ecosystem where there is lots of interchange of knowledge and knowledge flows within it. And within this, in terms of digitalization, we can say it's a given, but really we've seen that there are challenges within it which we need to address. So again, Christian, would I address this question to you initially again in terms of how that advisory services are, I suppose, prepared for this challenge?
Yeah, I think there's a number of challenges. So within ACES, of course, digitalization can really help you share more information, more people can access information, and this is what ACES is really about, is linking and sharing and learning together. But I see the risks or the challenges as, maybe leaving out some people. They might not have the capacity to use the different tools or to keep up with technology and change, access to digital tools and networks, and just simply information overload. So I think advisors might be now required to help farmers sift through information and judge what's useful, what's valid, what's fake news, and that sort of thing. So that's the challenges that are being faced today. Thanks.
Crane, would you like to?
Yeah, if I may add, I agree with Kirsten, but perhaps one observation that I recently did is that if you look back to the last 10 years of the ACES thinking in Europe, and Tom, we were both, I think, 10 or 15 years ago, we get older, on revitalizing, I think, this ACIS concept also in the Common Agriculture Policy, and trying to be effective in the move to more multi-actor projects. If you now look back over this period, I think a lot of energy, at least if I see the scientific papers published, has been used to understand the concept of ACIS, to describe our ACIS at a regional level or a sector level or a national level, and to try to improve linkages. I was recently contacted by the people from SCAR to join them in another day in November about a foresight, and that led me to the hypothesis that after 10 years of describing and trying to understand the system as well as the concept and to create better linkages, the future challenges, be it climate change or biodiversity, and the digitalization ask probably for what interventions policymakers need to do to make the ecosystem more effective. And that probably then helps to reflect from this project on what technologies can already do, where to go, and what organizational consequences that type of insights would have.
Okay, thank you. I suppose moving on a little bit, and for me and maybe for very many advisory services, the capacity to engage with people on the ground, I think it's an issue that we have in the audience. I know many advisors, and for them, digitalization is what they have in their laptop or what they have in their phone, and how they use it. But how to actually make this connection with these people. And I'm thinking particularly one of the issues which we discovered in the project was that even in Europe that we see a very big digital divide within organizations, but equally if you look at Southeastern Europe versus Central or Western Europe, you also see a big divide, and this was pretty evident in the map when we looked at where these tools were more prominent in terms of numbers of tools and services. So any comment in relation to that in particular, Christian? You were maybe very familiar with this from a global perspective also, in terms of how this, because the digital world is a world, it's a global issue. Yeah.
Right, I do believe there's a lot of virtual information platforms and sharing platforms, which is great. But I think, to gain greater engagement, I think it's really, really important to have the face-to-face networks and platforms for sharing that are supplemented by or in addition to the virtual platforms. So, to have better sharing and better understanding, it's really important to have face-to-face meetings, such as you're doing here this week in Greece, maybe the upcoming Farming Systems Conference that's going to take place in Italy. There's the biannual European Seminar on Extension Education. And then EUFRAS, I think it was just referred to, the European Forum for Ag and Rural Advisory Services, meets regularly, and is part of the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services. GFROS, you might know, has this network model where advisors at the country level meet regularly. They come together to share information and good practices. And so I think this combination of meeting face-to-face as well as gaining virtual platforms, as well as linking up to, sub-regional, regional networks, and even to the global level would be really helpful to have better engagement between advisory services. Thanks.
Okay. Brian,
I agree with that. I agree with that point of Kirsten that information and communication technology does wonders, but it cannot replace all the individual insights and things that you talk with discuss with each other under coffee instead of only online. So in that sense, totally agree.
Okay, and at a more local level, in terms of what we call the micro-ACIS, it's often referred to where advisors are also part of a system which is more local. What needs to happen there, in your opinion, Christian? I mean, again, I know there are very many different contexts for this question and very many different challenges in each context that are unique to that. But as a general, again, would you agree? Would you also say face-to-face, or would you say combination?
I would say a combination. I mean, I think the face-to-face, they sort of reinforce one another. And once you gain that trust and those personal relationships from meeting face-to-face, I think the online and digital approaches are much more useful. But in addition, I mean, I think advisors really need this greater repertoire of skills and of networks. I mean, I talked about that need to sift through information earlier and help farmers to judge what's valid and useful. And I mean, in addition, I mean, there needs to be this awareness of issues that might affect digital access, issues related to gender, to age. You know, there's a lot of brokering that needs to happen, as it has been discussed for many years by Professor Clerks and others. I think the use of simple communication tools can also help at the local and also at the, you know, higher levels as well. I mean, I've seen that, you know, we've got the YouTube videos on the FAIRshare site, but we could also think about infographics and flyers, or even using, you know, other platforms where people use, you know, personally or professionally to reach out, whether it's WhatsApp or Signal or different information sharing networks that people use. So there's a lot of digital tools, digital services, but how do we share them, and how do we understand what the success factors are without overwhelming people with too much information?
Okay. Crime?
Yes, adding to that, I think that we have to make it at the local level. Of course, it's hard to discuss advisory services in general, because there's a huge difference, in my opinion, between if you do an individual advice with a farmer and his family on a farm takeover decision to the next generation, or if it is about a total new strategy for the farm. That is quite different from more technical advice, where you probably want to help a farmer to confirm his observations from sensor data, if there is a disease in certain plants or not. So the type of advice is probably also important here for the right mix, and that is nothing new. I think we have always in advisory work with individual counseling, on the other hand with study groups or with general material that is putting out, so there are different types of advice and there are different channels, and organizations have to make that choices and rebalance those choices based on the available technology.
So I have left a difficult question until last, and that is mainly, you know, in this project, and as we saw in the graphic, we focus on the tools, the expertise, and also the motivation. And do you think that we left out anything, or is this a good, if you like, foundation for, is this the right topics for the foundation of a sharing platform where we can really, I would say, energize action, because this is again an action-based project. Yeah. Kristen, would you like to comment?
Sure. Yeah. No, I think the foundation is there. I think we need to now think about socializing the toolbox, the information, the assessment, and just the inventory and so forth. And going forward as the project comes to a close, I mean, how's this going to be coordinated? Who's going to own it? Where are people going to go for information? And then just think about, if advisors and farmers that we're targeting are like the rest of us, they have this time poverty, and they might need some clues or some tips or simple, easy guidance on how to use the database, how to use the tools, how to find the information. So, we have this time poverty because we're so busy, so overwhelmed, and, how to, funnel them into the information and get to the right people and the right audience. I think that's what we need to think about going forward. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Glenn?
Yes, I think coming to the end of the project, one of your discussions, I think, this afternoon or tomorrow could be indeed how we go from the project results to the future. And then the three motivation experts tools are a fundament. But the next question is, of course, how to organize this for the future. And then I see a couple of issues. If it comes to the networking between the advisory services, that's probably the easiest. UFRAS was already mentioned. I have some experience myself in farm accountancy, where we just said, after a concerted action in the 1990s, let's come together every year for 2 or 3 days and everybody presents his work. And that still runs actually these days for the 27th time, because people find an interest in doing that. And you can always find a conference or a meeting like UFRAS where you keep meeting each other and discuss the developments in this type of things. If you think about the tools that you created and exchanged, then the big question is this a shared service for your own organizations that they want to do together? And then you have to think about a business model on continuation of that work, on bringing the tools together, exchanging learning activities, etc. That's a big question if you want to go that way. If you do that independently or also under the umbrella of UFRAS or in another way, that's something for the boards of your organization, I think, to decide what they think about that. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I will, if there is one question from the audience, we may take it. Yes, Slajon.
Just one comment. My apologies for going in advance, but I think that Christine is quite correct when talking about information overload. And I think that one of the main results of the FAIRshare project is methodology for digital cross visits. That is the achievement that is a kind of standalone. But that is not just the share of information, that is a kind of evaluation as well. So that could be one thing that should be promoted as a standard tool for information exchange.
Thank you, Slajon. Yeah, I suppose you heard this. It was a comment rather than a question. But do you want to react, or is it okay? No, okay. Well, at this stage, I think we are running into time pressure, so we don't want to fall behind. And we have our next session coming up, so please continue to stay with us if you can, Kristen and Corinne. And thank you again very much on behalf of the whole project. I would like to thank you both for your contributions and your valued expertise. So a round of applause, please. So now I think we move to Patricia. Is that correct? Yes. So I would like to just introduce Patricia Fry from HAFL, and she is going to be joined by two advisors. So I'll leave it to you, Patricia, to introduce the next session.
We'll get organized first.
Okay, so yeah.
So will you come here? Oh yes, water, that's a good idea. Great, thank you very much. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Patricia Fry. I work at the University of Applied Science in Bern, in Switzerland. And my expertise, I'm a biologist by training, not an agronomist. And my expertise comes from enabling knowledge exchange between scientists, people from administration, and farmers. And that happened mainly during the time where there were hardly any DATs and no ChatGPT. But now I'm very pleased to have a face-to-face interaction with two advisors, two intermediaries, on the challenges and also the opportunities advisors are facing with the digitalization. So it's not just on their user cases. We will hear more about that this afternoon and tomorrow. But it's about their learnings and experiences from the past 20 years. So we have Marta Goni-Labat on my right-hand side and Susanna Marchi on my left. And Marta, she's an agronomist, or both are agronomists. She is a research and development project coordinator at INSIA. And INSIA is a public company in Spain which is focusing on the transfer and innovation in the agri-food sector with the aim to improve both viability and sustainability. She also is an associate professor at the University of Navarra. And Susanna Marchi, she is an agronomist also. She has been working for EDIT in the last 20 years. EDIT is an academic spin-off, and they are dedicated to advance information and communication technologies to support agricultural networks. They also craft decision support systems tailored to the needs of advisors and farmers. So, and what both have, they have robust connections, as they told me, to advisors and also work as an advisors in their field. So what I want to like to do, let's start with the opportunities with respect to digitalization. And I want to ask you, Marta, when you think back on your experiences, what aha moments did you have or special learning moments in your work when working with advisors? And what opportunities did you see?
Okay, thank you, Patricia, and thank you, the final conference, for the invitation to this interview. First of all, I would like to remark that I see the digitalization and all the data that we are surrounded by an opportunity, because we have to, in our field, we are enhancing our advice basing on data and digitalization. And in fact, I think we are facing very difficult times nowadays in our field, and innovation, digitalization, and the application of innovation to farmers, the results of innovation, is the unique way to enhance productivity, so we have to enhance advisors, the advice. My own experience, like storytelling, you asked me. Yeah, I am specialized in irrigation systems, and I have to admit that I had some concerns when the Internet of Things came, because I felt a little overwhelmed by all the data and all the training that I was sure that I had to learn. So for me, it was a challenge. It was hard moments because I had to be supported by a colleague, which was very helpful. So I think the peer-to-peer learning, it was this aha moment when you realize that you are not alone and you can, in a collaborative way, learn with other people of your company. But I understand that sometimes it could be a little shock when you are surrounded by all the technologies, and you have to take your time and then take measures.
Yeah, thank you, Marta. Suzanne, what is your key moment with we start now with challenges, that's okay.
Thank you, Patricia. My initial steps tackling digitalization as an advisor dates back several years ago, when smartphones were not in the picture yet, and only desktop computers were available. And I used to input pest survey data from olive and grapevine farm into an online system, Agrambiente Info, which is still active. These data points contributed to the creation of a regional network. And based on this regional network, weekly alerts were provided through phytosanitary bulletins and SMS messages to implement integrated pest management strategies and reduce the use of input to farmers. And appreciate that each advisor contribute their small part to the creation of something larger and useful, and it was immediately accessible by everyone. So for me, the first my main moment was the realization of the power of digitalization in connecting individual effort and data into something larger and immediately beneficial. So this realization highlights the potential of this technology in the field of the agronomy and also in data sharing.
Can you share an example with us where you recall this beneficiary effect? What was the example? What was the benefit in a certain situation?
Yes, my first experience was with this online system, Agrambiente Info, which collect regional pest survey to create, and the data are immediately available for farmers and for advisors, so they can see the weekly percentages of infestation, of the presence of symptom of some disease, or the presence of certain pests. Mm-hmm. The pest and disease, of course, the main pest and diseases which are important, which are key for Tuscan, where we are locating agriculture for olive and for grape. And so this is now well known, and this is a well-known system, and weekly alerts were provided by online report, sent as an email or available in the website. And another added value is the creation of a long-term database of the present, which is very important to create for the analysis, mm-hmm. to find connection and relationships between the weather pattern, for example, and the presence and the presence of a pest, or when it is in the season, maybe at the beginning or later on, which is very dependent on the climate pattern, the weather pattern, and which is still, and we can see that this is changing over the years, because if you have a long time database, you can identify, it's more easy at least to identify pattern and provide also valuable insights to farmer and to advisor.
These benefits you are talking about from the databases, what came out of it, did you observe this peer-to-peer sharing Marta mentioned?
Yes.
So it's difficult to get the access. We have a lot of information, as we heard just before, and how to make a meaning out of this information. So what did you observe with this peer-to-peer sharing amongst advisors?
Yes, it is the advisor working within this network are very interested in sharing their experience, their data, try to understand better what is happening, and maybe the role of a company like EDI, where I work, is I think is also a key role in connecting advisors with emerging technologies, but also with advanced analysis and scientific understanding of the data they are taking in the field.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I turn to you. You started with the challenges. What opportunities did you encounter in your career?
Yes, as I said before, I think the opportunities of data, of technologies are pretty obvious. And I think that, for instance, we are going to be able, in my case, referring to the interpretation of this irrigation data with humidity sensor and all of this, I could make better, smarter decisions, all based in data analysis, so I think it's really good. And I think our main role, when I felt really satisfied, is when I realized that technologies was seeing things, but they don't know what is seen, and this is the role of an advisor, to interpret the data, to adapt to each context, so it's really remarkable, and then to communicate to farmers, or in my case, we are trying to encourage all other advisors in the use of new technologies, so this is our challenge too. Opportunities, as I said before, when we go to a farmer, we said to them, okay, you have to be sustainable, resilient, you have to adapt to climate change, and they told us, okay, this is wonderful, but how can I be sustainable from the economic point of view with the escalation of prices of energy, of inputs, and so on? And we think that we have to support them. We are surrounded by tools, digital technologies that we have to adapt to their needs, and then to give their advice through innovation and technology, and with all the support of advisors. I think this is the main point.
Can you give us an example? You said there are smart decisions. Can you give us an example where this aha moment happened?
Yeah, I think this summer, for instance, we are suffering the scarcity of water in some regions in Spain. So in this part, in irrigation system, we were trying different methodologies like deficit irrigation system and other methodologies, all measures with platform, with decision support systems, with sensoring, remote sensing, and all of this. And we could make a better decision all based on data analysis in all the water content of the soil based on these sensors. So I'm totally sure and strongly believe that we made smarter decisions in this. And we could have great productivity without less inputs. So we were adding value with less resources, all based in our advice, our knowledge, our experience, which is essential, and based on technologies too.
Mm-hmm. Can you also share an experience of a farmer working together with advisors through the bridge of a digital advisory tool?
Yes. I have. It's popping in my mind a situation where a farmer who was really fond of new technologies, but he was by himself. He took a photo, an image, and he wanted to recommend something by himself based on the image through remote sensing. But he was not doing well because, as I said before, in this case, this picture shows you what something was happening in the field. But he didn't take the good advice, so we had to go to this with him and tell him, you were wrong, you were based on digital technologies, which is really good, but you have to acquire a deep understanding of these technologies in order to apply in a right way. So I think that we have to be aligned, farmers with advisors, and we have to, and as I said before, advisors have to use the tools and have to make sure that these farmers are understanding the use of the tools. So I think they have to be aligned, but sometimes there is a gap, and yes, we have to work to move forward with this. Yeah.
How did this farmer react then?
Yes, it reacts good because when he realized that he wasn't right, because I have to say that he's a very clever farmer, and he's like these early adopters that every organization wants to have, because he's encouraging the other farmers. But he has to be well advised, and he has to trust in her advisor. And I think it's the main point: the trust between them, the communicative environment between them, and then we could work together.
You said this farmer, he's fond of technologies, so he's quick in taking up new situations. He's clever, he's an early adopter. So what does it take to bring the other farmers on board with this digitalization?
Yeah, we are using the peer-to-peer learning with different workshops. In the same way as we think that it's really useful for advisors to learn from other advisors in the peer-to-peer learning in environmental, positive attitude, and so on. It's an example. We call them agro-influencers because they encourage the other farmers in the use of technologies, but they have to use it in a proper way. So we have to be alert and then propose this type of meetings, yeah, in the peer-to-peer learning, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I invite the audience to already think of questions when I'm coming to the end. So, but I'll have two last questions. And for the future, we looked back a bit now and the challenges and opportunities, but I would like to ask you also, Susanna, in the next 5 to 10 years, where do you see digitalization? What does it bring to advisors? What's your outlook?
Maybe the use of artificial intelligence to provide advanced data analytics, and we already use some artificial intelligence approach with the long-term database we have about pests and disease, and we implement a model based on on artificial intelligence. Maybe in the future it will be more important, this aspect, and also maybe in streamline some routine tasks, so it will be so advisor will concentrate more in complex and value-added activity and leaving apart some routine task. Or maybe the use of ChatGPT would be the only chat that will be used. Maybe we can take a picture of a field overhead and send it to ChatGPT and in turn have what is necessary to do in terms of fertilization and irrigation and crop protection. Because the steps are very fast in this field.
Can you give us an example how you used artificial intelligence and what the impact was for the advisors and the farmers? The concrete impact?
Yes, we developed a model and that we included in our decision support system for the protection of olive orchard from the olive fruit fly, which is the key pest and most harmful pest in Tuscany, in Italy, but I think in all the Mediterranean area, at least in the north side. And we applied this artificial intelligence, machine learning approach to the database. The database was made by not scientific survey, but the survey made by advisor in 21 years, lasting to 20 years. And we use this approach to find correlation between some bioclimatic indices according to the biological cycle of the pest, of course not invented, but bioclimatic indices all year long, when according to the biocycle of the pest, and also according indices regarding the geographic position of the olive orchard, the aspect of the slope. And we develop a model which is able to predict the risk of infestation at the beginning of the season and the start of the oviposition. So, and this model has been implemented in an online system at a regional level. So the region is divided in small points, and for each point, it is offered to advisor the risk for that day, and this is updated daily. With and the risk is updated every day, and this is particular and this of relevant importance because of the protection of the olive orchard is not easy, because it's not allowed to use some pesticide used in the past because they are harmful for the environment, also because they are some resistance to this pesticide. And so it is important to have an alert from the model to apply preventive measure to protect the olive orchard and to apply treatment which to protect before the arrival of the pest and of the dam.
Thank you. So you see a future in using artificial intelligence in predicting the risk. Okay, thank you very much. What is your view for the future, the next 5 to 10 years? Where do you see the chance of digitalization for our advisory services?
I agree with Susanna. I think we are going to move forward about data, technologies, information, but I think with the artificial intelligence, it has a great potential that we all know, and we are going to integrate more in our firms with all the prediction of models. Blockchain, I think this is another opportunity, and I think a part of all of this, because I think we are going to go deeper to technologies, data, information. I think communication, it has to be a main role in these 5-10 years too. Overall, talking about advisors, I think that they, I'm totally sure, in fact, they are now, but with more and more skills, they are going to be this trustworthy they are going to tell good, true, trustworthy stories like storytellers. I think these advisors in this role. And I would like to remark that FAIRshare for me, it was really important, the part, all of the methodologies, but the train the trainers was really useful for me because after these trainers, we are trainers who go to communicate better with different methodologies.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking to the audience. What questions do you have for Marta and for Susanna? Darko?
Can be recognized in the very near future. So we are talking about the digital expansion of the digital technologies. And do we have to think about the digital simplification in the very near future? Because people are basically overwhelmed. During the past 10 years or in some short period, we have recognized not only during the COVID, but also it helped a lot. We have recognized expansion of digital technologies, and we would be very, very happy to know about the solutions or a simplification, a kind of digital simplification in the very near future. Thank you.
Is that a question? It was a remark. Do you want to react on it?
Totally right. I agree with Darko.
Okay.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah.
Another question? Or remark?
One question regarding a decision support system. This is really great what you're doing, Susan, in Olives. Do you have any plan or idea for some sort of digitalization in the pest resistance management?
Yes, this is our work. Of my company, the creation of the decision support system for crop protection. So in our decision our decision support system, that like the one we have in our user case, and what that is to combine predicting model, providing the risk of infestation of. We are working mainly on olive and on grapevine and also some mice, and combine predictive model with tools allowing the monitoring, the field monitoring, and the entry of data by advisors, but also by farmers in a simplified manner. And so we are working also. We are continuously working in advancing this type of model. We are working also on the prediction of disease of grapevine using the same approach. It's more difficult when you work with disease to use the survey data and applying them. The machine learning approach is more difficult, even because with disease, when you have the symptoms, it's too late. It's too late to. So, but this is what we are still working on these aspects. Mm.
And you will present your user case tomorrow at 4?
Yes, Irid and my colleague
will
present our user case, which is based on olive, but we will go on with this project with regional funding within the rural development program of Tuscany. So we will advance our DATs.
Okay, thank you very much. We are at the end of this short discussion round. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Marta. No, the other way around. And we are now going to the next, to lunch. Oh, sorry. Peter, yes, of course.
Yes,
try again.
Now
yes,
it works.
Now.
Well, I just wanted to raise this question. There were some figures that I read yesterday that dazzled me, that I was afraid, how is that? The agricultural digitization will create 30% more jobs, 3 million. Well, let's get to the ground. And I have the question is, did you have, with the testing and training and so on, all the activities we did in FAIRshare, did you have an advisor or a few advisors that were extra interested to stay or to come into the digitization in your organizations?
Yes, I think I totally agree with you. I think this is an opportunity, and with very well-structured, talented trainers, we are going to retain and attract talent to our company, so I think it's very important. And if we have a methodology in order to provide better support to our advisors, we are going to be better in our company. So I think I could feel this type of feeling in the firm, because what we want is to create a good atmosphere and to retain this talent. So with this type of methodologies and the trainers and being trainers, of course, yeah, I think it helps. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Would you like to add something on the economic side? I mean, that's a huge number, and what's your number? What's the economic part of the pesticide management? How much advisors did it attract? How much change did it make?
I think, yeah, and it is not easy to make a comparison among years, because every year is different. So for the pressure of pesticide disease, I mean, according to the weather pattern. So, but the use of decision support system and the use and the other instrument to apply integrated pest management allow a reduction of the use of external input, and so as consequently more profit for the farmer and less expense in this. But it's not easy to calculate how the use of this digital tool affect the economic the revenue of the farmer, at least in this field, in the field of crop protection.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. There's one last, Anya. I don't need the mic on. Okay.
Just in reverse to Peter's question there, like if the figures are showing that like there's more use of the digital advisory tools and that it attracts more advisors, is there not a worry that more farmers would be able to use the digital advisory tools? So, like, if the farmer can directly use it, is there a less need for the advisory service? Like, I'm just wondering now, after hearing that, you just wonder, there's an awful lot of farmers out there that are young, trained farmers and have gone through education, so they're probably just as able to use the tools as we are. So is it not, I don't know, is it not taken from us then? I don't know, if you have any thoughts on it.
I don't know if I have understood. You say that perhaps they are going to use less advisory services. Yeah.
So will the farmers not be able to use these tools more? So it defeats the need for the advisory service.
I think that, as I said before, at least as we see this, we have these tools for support advisors to give better advisors and better decision. But I think they are not technologies. They are not going to replace the advice from face-to-face from an advisor, because I think one of the points that is remarkable in our workshops is the trust and the visit to the advisors to the field. But advisors are going to have more resources in order to to reinforce and to get better advisors. And farmers, I think they are going to trust more in this advice because they are all based on data and all based on knowledge from the background of advisors.
Okay, is there another open question before lunch? Not hungry? Yes, hungry. Okay, would you like to? Yes, I hand over to Raquel. Thank you.
I would just like you, oh God, I just want to ask you to follow outside so we can take a picture of all the participants, if you please, just before lunch. Okay, thank you. And the time, and we need to be back at 5 minutes to 2, please, so we start on time in the afternoon. Okay, thank you. Hello again. Okay, so just some housekeeping, like they normally say. So I just want to tell you that you're all invited for the dinner. And if you have family with you, please, they are more than welcome. There will be buses outside at 6:15 to take us to the restaurant. And then they will come back. We will have to leave at 10. And then they will leave us by the White Tower. And please, if someone didn't sign the registration sheet, please do it before leaving or in the break. And the other thing is, I want to remind you again the possibility to use the computers outside for showing your user cases, so you can speak between you, as we said, as for example the advisors, the board of advisors for this project, the advisory board was saying that this is a very good opportunity that we are here present, can speak with each other, so make the most use of it. And now we will do the presentations for the user cases, and I will tell you the order. So please, we will have first Denmark, then we will have Poland, then Finland, and then Lithuania. But first, we will have a Mentimeter made by Peter, of course, and then we will have a video made by Patricia regarding the user cases, and then we will have all the presentations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. And as Raquel was saying, we will do a short Mentimeter now. We're very excited because knowing Peter, we know it will be very fun, probably competitive even. And we're also excited because we think this will be a very nice way to prevent you from falling asleep after such a nice lunch. So if you can all either scan the code here with your phone or join in your phone or your computer, going to menti.com and then entering the code we have there. I see that some of you are already in the Mentimeter and sharing some likes, so thank you so much. We like you back. Thank you for being here. Let's see if someone else joins. This is the time where I have to, as we would say in Portugal, fill some sausages, because we're waiting for you to, to join the Mentimeter, and I have to keep talking while I have absolutely nothing to say. But it's also always a fun challenge, so I'm very excited to see what will come up next. Okay, we already have 30 of you with us. I know a lot more of us are in the room today, so if you can, please join us. I think it will be very interesting. Please join us in the Mentimeter. I see one of you just gave up. I hope you did not fall asleep after lunch. Oh, you're back. Thank you for being here. Okay, the number's still rising, still rising. Are we able to reach a higher number? I think maybe we will start, and then you can join us as we go in the different questions. So first of all, our goal is to understand a bit. Can we please change slides? I don't know if I can. I'm sorry. Okay, a new slide is coming up. And our goal right now is to understand a bit what is the biggest challenge that you have faced in your user case. What we would like is to understand a bit throughout this journey that you have come with us, with FAIRshare, throughout these past few years, that we have worked together. What have been your challenges? How have you been able to improve maybe the way you work, to learn from one another? What is a bit your experience? We had a few options to share with you that we cannot share right now, so maybe I will still give a few more seconds to the brilliant people at the Régie, but if not, I will improvise. Should I improvise maybe? Because I do have some options here that you can choose. So maybe here I will talk to you about the different options that I have. So who here thinks that their biggest challenge regarding their user case has to do with the adoption in daily practice of their work? Would you like to raise your hand? If your problem is to use it daily in your day-to-day work, how do you manage your UC this way? So I see through... Ah, perfect. Okay, thank you for voting. That's much more beautiful than what I was trying to do. Okay, so I can see that that is a problem, clearly, the adoption in daily practice. We also have the problem of adapting to advisors' needs, training advisors, the business plan and roadmap. I know a lot of work was done there, so I'm not very surprised that it was one of the challenges that you faced. We also have selecting best fitting DATs, describing the challenge, which in a way is funny, but of course it makes sense. But for me, it's always funny to understand that part of our problem is that we are not very able or sometimes it's not very clear of exactly what is the problem. We just know that something is not working, there is a need to solve something, but we will never be able to solve it if we don't know what it is concretely. So describing the challenge makes a lot of sense here, at least for me. So thank you all for voting. I think we can clearly say that adoption is on the base of a lot of the challenges that we have faced here. And the training part or the business plan, roadmap and so on come afterwards, but still very important. Okay, maybe we can move on to the next question that we have for you. And we want to ask you what change you want in your workplace culture after implementing your user case. We are hoping that after all this work, you also have some changes that you have discovered from cross visits, from sharing with one another. You have been able to get to know some changes, maybe hopefully to apply some of them. At least that is our hope, and we would like to know what it is. So I see we already have some questions, and thank you for that. I like that someone says yes, so they want to change. Maybe they're not so sure why, but that's also important, so thank you very much for answering. We have be out on farm visits for the majority of the week, wide and simply used by beneficiaries, translating views from farmers and scientists, using more often, the farmer to be involved in the next step of using the DATs, the ecologists to be more involved, which weren't before, our work on UC Conformer, our needs to develop the tool, okay, improve co-creation to get confidence in the something, that's one I cannot understand, better planning and management of activities, and less paper use. So I do see that, I think we're all very glad to see that after such a long time working together, there have been so many changes that you have discovered and that you want to adapt to your workplace and your user case afterwards. So thank you for your answers. If we can move on to the next question. In this question, we would like to ask you what are some of the main qualities of DATs that you have encountered and some of the ones that you think are relevant and that are the ones that you care about the most. I see we already have 23 responses, so thank you for staying awake and staying alive with us. So I see user-friendly is clearly one of the most important ones. I also have easy to use and interoperability, flexibility, for instance. So from what I see here, we do have a lot of different responses. I understand that different DATs coming from different sectors and different countries almost have very different attributes, but I think we can clearly conclude that user-friendly and easy to use are crucial, as well as interoperability. I see some more people saying useful, easy, fast, flexibility, interesting, simplicity. So thank you all for your answers. I think this is a very nice word cloud to sum up a bit what, after all these years, we think is the most important thing in the DATS to make sure to include it. So maybe we can move along to the next question. And now we would like to know how to support adoption of digitalization in agriculture. What is for you the most important factor? I see we already have some of these we have been hearing about today. So the peer-to-peer learning, training, a lot of training, more peer-to-peer learning, more learning, to sell the vision and long-term benefits of investing time, acculturate farmers and advisors, raising awareness on the importance of digitalization, sharing and success stories, change management, show the benefits of using DATS. So we do have quite a few different answers. Okay, and I think it's also nice to see that we have similar answers after all, of what we really think is the most important way to adopt digitalization in agriculture, and how these are the key takeaways that we want to share after the project ends. And then finally, because I'm trying to be engaging, but I'm hoping that you're falling asleep to the sound of my voice. That can also be a problem. We only have one more question for you, where we would like your contribution today. So we would like to know, what is the first word in your mind when you think of successful learning? If I can please see the next question. Aha, it's here. So we have motivation, practice, understanding, adoption, and a few more. If you'd like to please add your thoughts here as well. So we have practice, which is also something quite interesting. We have usability, buy-in, understandable, easy to adopt, improvement, haha moments, goods data adopt, application, understandable, useful, beneficial, joy, okay, very important in the practice of learning as well. Okay, thank you so much to all of you that shared your answers. I'm hoping that you are a bit more enlightened as well, and I think it's always nice to see what everyone else thinks. So thank you so much for your time, and I'll give the floor to the next speaker.
Okay, I have an offer to make. FAIRshare is ending, and we still have some money. And so I'm showing you now a very short video. We heard this morning from Pierre that it's not easy for farmers to understand the benefits of digital advisory tools. We heard from Christine, face-to-face is extremely important. We just heard or saw now user-friendliness is important, and the peer-to-peer. So I want to show you a short video from Jagask. We made this week from Nigel Kennington, an illustration on the tablet, the user case. We will learn more from Anya Butler tomorrow in the discussion. And but this is a short learning from Nigel. So please show this very short film. With the tone, please. There's a voice to hear. So we have a technical problem. I continue to talk. So my offer is, when you think of your user cases today and tomorrow, and you know of a farmer or an advisor who had an aha moment with using your DATS, and you would like to have that on a video, a short video. It is by storytelling, it's by in a language of an advisor or a farmer, and it will connect to your to the peers. It will attract to copy this, and so we are ready to make such short videos until the end of October for you. Am I okay? Shall I stop talking? If it's not possible, we can do it later. Yes, we can do it afterwards. So I will call on, or I pass to Raquel. Thank you.
Okay, so now we will have Karen from Denmark, from the Patriosk, and then I don't know how to say the other word, sorry. But please.
Patriotisk Selskab is the correct name. Patriotisk Selskab is the correct name. You can hear me? I just have to try this. Here you go. Welcome to the DigiWeed presentation. DigiWeed are an automated detection, mapping, and recognition system of weeds. We have been testing the system together with our partners, IGIS and Thessaloniki, the last 5 years. We applied FAIRshare 3 years ago to upgrade the system to be an attractive and rentable way for the farmers to reduce their need of herbicides. Today, the DigiWeed system are able to recognize 42 different species of dicotyledons weeds, and it is able to separate monocotyledons from the actual crop. We still train the system to become even better. We do photograph the fields by driving an ATV with 2 cameras across the field. We are today able to drive around 25 until 40 kilometers an hour. We can go by 200 hectares a day, and the photos are sent directly into a mobile. From there, we manually transform them into our weed mapping system. Yes. We are able to recognize the weeds down to the cotyledon stage, and tests have shown us that it is possible for the system to recognize the development of grasses up to 3 weeks before a trained plant advisor will be able to recognize the same weeds. So, values for the FAIRshare project. It has been possible to change the camera to a more stable one and to transform more data through a mobile instead of a huge battery located on the ATV. It is now possible. It is now possible to use field data for decision making and to reduce the use of herbicides by making spot sprays or to variate the need of herbicides over the field. Thereby, it is possible to fight resistance in the field. By using the DigiWeed system, the farmers can get a more exact knowledge of the weeds and the location of the weeds in the field. There is a big potential of using the system out at the farms. High-tech sprayers can handle the system without any problems, but the farmers need personal assistance out at the farm. The first couple of times they have to install it in the tractor or the sprayer. It was quite a surprise for us that the farmers aren't able to put it into their systems themselves. The environmental gains depends on the weeds density in the fields. Machine learning will be used more and more in the future. This is just the start. The most remarkable in the system are that the system now are even more exact than using a drone or the human eye. Some sprayer companies are testing the system to put it directly into the sprayer in the future. I think it will happen within maybe 5 years with those kind of cameras. They use it right now, but then they can use the difference in the green color, not by the exact weed, species of weed. We are able to spot weeds down to, the test shown that the need of the herbicides are reduced between 40 and 80% in each field. We thank the FAIRshare to help us. We thank the FAIRshare to help us to the point where we are ready to sell the field scouts and to make graduated spray maps within 3 days. We have also learned to educate the farmers to use the DigiWeed system in the machinery and to scale up the system up all over the EU. Sorry for the the problems with the PowerPoint. Yeah. Any questions? Any questions? Yes?
Country?
Yeah, we have used it quite a lot in Germany. We have been testing it together with John Deere, and it is almost, or most of the weeds are the same in the northern part of Scandinavia, I think. Or else you would be able to split up the dicotyledons against the crop, and you would be able to know what's there, because usually the farmer knows the main types of weeds they have in their fields. So we haven't seen it as a problem in Germany anyway.
And just a second question then, you mentioned one of the challenges was around bringing the farmers and trying to load up the maps.
Yes.
So it comes back to the human element again. How did you go about that? Like, do you have to actually go to each farmer? That would seem like very slow to talk each farmer through uploading the maps, or how did you do that?
We actually go to the farm. We have, the first year we tried to do it using WhatsApp or using FaceTime and so on, but it didn't work on. The last year we have been gone out to all the fields or all the farms and have been helping them to start it up, and as soon as the sprayer drives and it works, then we leave the farm, but not until then. So it's quite a lot of a job, but I do think we need that maybe the first 2 or 3 years, because then they will learn their neighbors how to use it.
Lovely, a very good talk. Thanks very much. Is this system designed to be used by farmers, or is it a service to farmers that's delivered by somebody else?
It is a service to the farmers. They are able to buy the system, but I don't think they will do that. I think they will buy the mapping from us in the advisory service company.
Okay, thanks.
But within 3 years, I think it's in the computer, in the sprayer. So it's only a few years. Any other questions? Feel free to ask me later on.
Εγώ παίρνω η έξοδος μου είναι από τέτοιο, την HDMI, δεν είναι την κάρτα. Η κάρτα έχει μόνο input. HDMI.
Και πώς παίζουμε, αφού δεν παίζουμε σε ένα
HDMI, δεν έχω έξοδο συνδεμένη, έχω μόνο input, χρησιμοποιώ την κάρτα. Okay.
Okay. Okay. It seems I should start. Okay. My name is Maciej. From Poland, I represent Wielkopolska Regional Advisory Center. I present our use case that we use our two DATs and adopt them to collection more data for advisory and for farmers, of course. At the beginning, who we are to understand what we do and what is the situation that we adopt with our DATs. So Poland, we have 16 regions, and there is two organizations, two advisory organizations that we work on our user case. That is Central Advisory Center from Brwinów, that is the advisory for advisories in our country, and my organization, that is regional, we are advisory for farmers. Together, we collect the data for, that is my region, Wielkopolska and Western Poland. We are under Ministry of Agriculture, so we are public organizations, public advisories, and together we collect data of the market of fertilizers and plant protection products in Poland. It is important for farmers, of course, for entire country, and that is the task that we have from ministry. We together in our Poland collect this data. How was it before the use case? Generally, we do it manually. It was manual typing, copying the data using Excel files, etc., etc. And we tried to rebuild it, to use existing DATs. We adopt our existing software, existing system that we have in our regional and the central advisory organizations that is built on cloud systems, and we use it to rebuild the entire process, to speed up the process of data collecting, so that in general the previous process were built on manual, as I said. So local advisors get the data from the markets, from local markets, put into the regional coordinator. It's manually work, as I said, and sending to the national level by copying the data, etc., etc. So we use two DATs called EODR and ECDR. That is our DATs we use to support the advisory work in general. So how is it now? We built the additional tools for the stats, and now it is work as a cloud service, two services connected via API interface. So now we have one database that is accessible in any time to advisors, and some work it is now automatically exactly. We have the validation algorithm to this collected data. We have notification systems to help advisors when the work should be done. And now the new process for this, it is that, of course, local advisor collect the data, put into the common system, common cloud database. That is a process that is validated by the system to check the correct data. And then it is accessible for national level, and give the access for the other organizations, for the farmers, as an API interface to use to give the easy and speed up access for the farmers, for example. So as I said, the process is similar, but speed, and the main problem was the correct of this data to and the process of validation is now very good, we think. So what we have after the use case, we have unified database. We have the validated data, better quality of this data. Okay. So as I said about the okay. Finally, we have cooperation between our organizations, of course, the better flow of this. Okay, we challenge to the advisors' need. We challenge to access to the new tool, which we must learn. The advisors, we have the trainings of using the new tools. We have the challenge to dictionaries, for example, to the common data. And of course, digital skills, new digital skills. Advisors should learn the new digital skills using web applications in time, in the local market, so outside the offices and so on. I think it is. It was successful for us because from this month we have started using this tool in entire Poland for, I don't think, 2,000 advisors to use it. More? Yeah, because last few months we used old tool and new tool together. Now we decided we have new tool, we can use it only this. Okay, so generally, as I said, we have also some cross visits to learn from each other and trainings for advisors generally, and some contacts with farmers, how they see we use this this data via new access, via speed data, because there was a challenge for farmers that we didn't have the good time for that. It was too long to collect the data and be access for the farmers in a good time. The market lives every week, then we cannot collect data in long process. So that was from our use case. Oh, there is one.
Very good presentation. Just one question, and maybe you mentioned it. What did you use all the data? So you go through you're collecting the data, you have the system now collecting it. What's the data actually used for? And you have the fertilizer. Is it for regulation purposes? Is it for advisory purposes?
No, that's Małgosia?
Usually it's for both, because we public it. It's every farmer or advisor can use it. Also, our ministry use it. And I know that one of the organizations that collect data in Poland for statistic usage also use our data. I hope.
Yeah.
Is it compulsory to keep records for fertilizer in Poland?
You mean the actions on the fields?
In the farms, yeah.
No, we don't collect in data. So generally, this is the farmer own information.
Any other question? Okay, thank you very much for
a
very interesting presentation. And now we will have ProAgria from Finland.
Yes, good afternoon. We are from ProAgria, Agricultural Advisory Organization Finland, and this is Juha, and me, I'm Sari. And our user case was My Farm Visu. It's a software for crop production planning, and the aim was how to improve the utilization of this software by advisors and farmers. And as a whole, now this Visu software is very well used. It covers over 50% of the Finnish arable land for using, and that makes a real great data behind this software. But our user case was to how to increase significantly services, different kind of services which we can deliver to crop farms. For example, how to improve the skills using this planning tool better and more efficiently. How to deliver services as distant services. How to help to update basic data of farms. And how to increase the use of interactive network tools to make the communication between farmers and advisors easier. And here are our findings based on this FAIRshare project, that as a pearls, we found that we discovered that My Farm Visu has precise data. That was a good point. And all the documents and data, including farm history, are in the same place, in this same software. And it has also good modules and user face for consulting. As puzzles, we found that the software is not used comprehensively. There are kind of lots of unused data. And also more validation of data is needed. And as proposals, also given by you, cross-visitors, was that how to develop data analysis, how to prepare benchmark data, and utilize segmentations behind it, and how to kind of get more data export and import between the systems, different kind of systems. One way of kind of activate farmers to use this software is to give them a mobile app, and therefore we have developed this mobile application which we wish that helps to enter the data by the farmers themselves while working, and there has been a quick questions that how to enhance by the farmers that they fulfill the plot-based notes which are obligatory to make in Finland, because these notes are kind of, they form the basis for many other services, like we are doing economical calculations, crop profit analysis, we are kind of showing the farmer how the farm performance look like. We can calculate the change in soil organic carbon stocks. We can calculate nutrient balances and nutrient use efficiencies. And we can describe the sustainability of the production, which has now arisen a lot of among the enterprises also. So we can kind of describe this kind of data from the farmers' farming practices. Yeah, and then there was this how to promote these farmers to fulfill the plot-based notes in this application. And these are the lessons we got from you cross-visitors, so that to add the notes, it should be as easy to use as possible. And also, which we could use is that we could automate the data collections directly from the machines, for example. And then if we could find some economical advantages for users, for example, to give them some price discounts, or give them some surplus services, or social media services. And then one suggestion is that we should kind of promote campaigns demo farms, demo events, and kind of call upon kind of super users and utilize them as part of this system. And to also arrange kind of user meetings locally. And then Juha gives some example of the data which we have utilized, and that's the calculation of soil organic carbon.
Yes, this is one example of the new service developed based on the field data. We can calculate our farmer soil organic carbon, which is IPCC standard method. This is example real farmer. There is potatoes. You can see the potato is CO2 equivalent balance is quite low. You can see that potato need a lot of carbon, and we can see there is the other plant like green grass of green manure and silage and barley, and we can calculate and thinking our crop rotation and the potato farm example, and we can see the carbon, what is situation about that rotation. When we use a lot of, like potato, it need a lot of carbon. So this is IPCC standard calculated in VISU program, and we need data, example tillage and of course soil samples and fertilize and that kind of data that we can calculate about soil change in our program. And this is also one example, the same farm. We can see every field area change in soil organic carbon and also in yield carbon. And we can use that data planning next years and planning cultivation, example, to next 5 years or next 10 years. And like Sari said, that we can calculate about a half Finnish arable land in soil exchange carbon balance in this program and this data. So
yeah, and this was just example that
yes.
What we are going to develop, and the next what we are going to develop is, as I mentioned earlier, report for the farmers about the sustainability, responsibility of his farming practices, because many enterprises in Finland require farmers this kind of data. But thank you, and many thanks to our cross visitors. You were a great group.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, please.
Sorry, maybe I missed it, but do you need farmers to enter the data into the software? Are they entering the data?
No, we don't. We can enter them by our advisors themselves, but of course it is more cheaper for farmers if he could enter the data and not spend the advisor's time and pay for
Okay,
the
great.
services.
And then
So
you
we
analyze the
encourage-
data.
We encourage farmers to
Yeah,
enter the
great.
data by themselves.
Yes.
That's a very good division of responsibilities.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
also
Thank you.
true. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't have questions, for sure you can speak with Sari and afterwards. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
thank you very much for your presentation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lina. I represent Lithuanian Agricultural Advisory Service. Our advisory service is the biggest advisory service of our country, with 400 of employees and 46 advisory offices in all country. Today, I would like to present our Lithuanian case. The long title is Digital Communication and Better Access to Digital Services and Information for Advisors and Farmers. And the short title could be Development of Mobile Application at JIBA. The challenges Lithuanian farmers and advisors face, I think, is similar to those which faces advisors and farmers in other countries. Thus, today, farms are becoming more and more business-oriented. And at the same time, farmers also must comply with strict governmental regulations. Thus, farmers and advisors share a common desire to solve day-to-day farming problems as quickly as possible. At the same time, ensuring compliance with these governmental regulations. Taking this into account, as well as increasing use of mobile technologies, implementing our user case, we aimed to develop a mobile application app for one of the modules of the desktop and laptop application at JIBA. JIBA is a farming management system which our organization developed about 10 years ago. It's still very popular and we are improving it constantly. Implementing this user case, we decided to develop an app for the module crop production. This decision was influenced by these factors. Crop production is dominant in Lithuania, and about 87% of Lithuanian farmers use pesticides and fertilizers. So, taking these factors into account, we developed a mobile application at JIBA. Here you can see screens of this app. Of course, it's in Lithuanian, to be short in English. In the first screen, you see registering window. If you want to use our program, you should be a registered user. In the second, there are input of data, messages, and reports. When you select input of data, you can see menu fertilizers, crop plant production products, upload document, and history. And in the last screen, you can see the dialog window where farmer can submit all the data of his fertilization activities. Similar dialog window, there is the first screen. The farmer can input all the data which are relevant to the usage of plant protection products. The second screen is uploading of documents, that is invoices, agreements, contracts of farmers that are relevant to the fertilization and usage of plant production products. The third screen, there are messages from advisor to farmer and vice versa. And the last one screen is reports. The farmer can read all the reports which are formed by advisor. What was the main pearls during our user case? For us, I think the main pearls was the aspects identified that increase farmers and advisors' willingness to use digital tools. That is, clear benefits of using DATs, user-friendliness and easy of use, trainings of use DATs, and peer-to-peer learning. And of course, cross visits have been very useful for us during implementation of our user case. Because I think despite different contexts, our experience challenges are very similar. Thus, very fruitful discussions were taking place for the possible solutions. And what were our puzzles? These were how to encourage all stakeholders to be more involved in co-creation of that. Also, what are most effective organization of peer-to-peer learning? The next one, how can all the farmers and advisors be encouraged to participate in training on the use of DATs? And the last one, solving technical and some legal issues, that is automated data exchange with governmental databases. This is interoperability. Our proposals for this user case, explore funding opportunities to further improve of AGIBA app, that, as I mentioned, for interoperability. Assess whether farmers and advisors would benefit from developing mobile apps for other AGIBA desktop laptop modules, or developing these modules as part of the AGIBA app already developed. Including training of the use of AGIBA app in training for farmers on the use of pesticides and fertilizers. And what is the added value of our user case to the project? First of all, of course, feeding in the inventory of DATs, contribution to a better understanding of the success factors and barriers which are affecting the adoption, use, and sharing of these tools. Of course, sharing our insights, experiences from the user case development process, cross visits, training, advisory processes, and of course, promotion of DATs among advisors and farmers. Our key lessons from the training. Face-to-face training is more engaging, although, of course, it requires more organizational effort. Good planning of the program and properly selected training methods ensure that trainees remain focused and engaged throughout the training process. Practical keys are an important part of the training to better understanding the functionality of the DAT. And it is beneficial to find an influencer, a recognized expert in the field, to share his or her experience and insights with trainees during the training. And our learnings in general from the activities, the development of DATs is a process of constant collaboration, co-creation, and sharing experience between different relevant actors. It is important to first identify all the actors who should be involved in the development of the tool, and of course, to maintain co-creation and close collaboration throughout the tool development process. So thank you for your attention, and please, questions?
It is on now, yes. Any questions for presentation of Lina? Yes, Anya.
You mentioned 400 advisors in your
Yes.
country. It's a very good presentation, by the way. The app seems very good.
Is it just for, I kind of missed that, is it just for the advisors, or can farmers download the app as well? And how many of the 400 advisors have the app? Like, what's the total usage of it?
For now, this app uses about 20 our advisors. At all, we have, I think, 55 crop production advisors, so about 30 in progress to learn. About the number of farmers, I'm not sure, but about 30 for that moment. But of course, we are preparing communication campaign to make this tool more popular.
Yeah, so you hope to roll it out.
Yes.
Is it a free app?
This app is free for those who use desktop application app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Thanks.
So, thank you. Tom has. Sorry.
Thank you, Lena, for excellent presentation. You talked about the value of the cross visits, but equally it was also talked about in the other. You participated in a cross visit?
Alas, I'm not, but my colleagues participated very actively.
Okay. So this is part of the FAIRshare. This is part of how we try to get not just to increase the knowledge,
yes,
but also to give some examples of good practice and motivation, to motivate advisors. How do you, well, yeah, if you didn't participate in one, I can't ask you the questions. So how do you think it affect your colleagues? Did they come back with more energy when they came back from the cross visit?
Yes, we are having cross visit not only in this project and also in others. So, of course, the energy increases for some time after the cross visit. So we have to organize this more often to keep that level of energy. Thank you. Thank you.
Show the video again. Yes?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
Nigel?
positive for the farmer and the advisor, definitely. Like one of the things is we used to, before this, we used to, if you were going out to a farm, you'd have to print off multiple sheets of paper and multiple reports in the anticipation that these would be the topics you cover. And oftentimes you went out to the farm and something else completely out of the blue was asked, and you hadn't the information to hand, and if you wanted to get it, you had to go in and set up your laptop and set up internet and get cables and wires, and it just wasn't feasible really time-wise. You were wasting a lot of time, whereas now you don't have to print off reports. You just take your tablet device, you leave the office, you have everything to hand, and you're able to make better use of your own time and the farmer's time, and hopefully even make a better interaction out of the consultation that you have on farm. So definitely has been very positive from my perspective anyway.
Okay, no, yes, indeed. So this was an example to understand a tool which people are not familiar with, to get a quick grasp on what is it about and what came out of this digital advisory tool. So if you're interested, if you have a super user in your user case and you're interested in getting out the learnings of the super users, we will be very interested in making such a short video for you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we go for the break, and please be here at 4, okay? Thank you. It works, it works. I will just say the order again, so you can, maybe it will be easier if the speakers sit here in front, and then you go one after the other, and just give a little bit of time for people if they want to have some questions to the speaker. So first we will have from France, Idel. The second presentation will be from India, Spain. The third one will be from Ireland, Chagask. The fourth one will be Spain, Cajamar. And then the fifth will be To Be Forest from Portugal. The sixth will be Consuli from Portugal. The seventh will be UK, I for Agria, sorry. And then the eighth will be Marc Parcel. Well, Pierre is making fun of me, so it will be Pierre, the last one. So if you can sit here, and then you come like a carousel, one after the other, okay? And just the last, because I was asked during the break, the bus will be outside at 6:15, okay? So thank you.
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon. I am Guillaume Mathieu. I come from Livestock Institute in France, and I introduce you our user cases. It concerns the use of the tool to calculate the production cost, and we would like to enlarge the decision tool could produce and to improve livestock farmer competitiveness. First of all, the purpose of the data is to calculate the production cost of 6 sectors in dairy cattle, beef cattle, dairy sheep, meat sheep, goats, and arable crops. So accordingly to the methodology of the National Livestock Institute, developed within the framework of the references farm networks. We use the same methodology to calculate all the cost production in these different sectors. So historically, we developed the method to calculate the production cost, and we used to benchmarking in the livestock farm network and prototype as an advisor tool. So the main challenges addressed to the advisors and the farmers are to enlarge the could produce in the population of advisors and to ease their farmer assistance. To co-create the next could prod dashboard accordingly to the advisory and farmer request. To resume economic and technical data in operational dashboards, including result and reference for 2 levels. For the farmers in first, to pilot their farm and to compare their results, and by agricultural organization to pilot the market and to have some references on their area. So you have just some 2 pictures of our user cases with the visit on the farm in France. So during our cross-visit, we noted the following pearls to analyze the economics results of the farms, to set the price, and to inform policy requiring contracts for farmers. In fact, in France, we have a law, and the Ministry of Agriculture use the tool to set the price. And after, the farmers can use this price to contract with the buyer to buy their meat or their milk. Another pearl, to implement reports related to the economics interest of the farmers, and at the end to realize their economic position related to the sectors. But the tool CoupRod is specific to some sectors, and it's difficult to summarize in only one dashboard for 6 sectors. So what are the puzzling of our user cases? It's how to disseminate the CoupRod tool in European level. So we need all of you for that. How likely is is that data could be automatically inputted from original sources to avoid repeated data entry efforts. So I think we have all the same questions with our tools. How easy to combine other values, production costs, public goods, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and animal welfare? So we talk about the interoperability of the tools and how to make the link with other databases, and how can we collect on an easy way data from different sources to put in our data. How increase the use of CoopRod tool by the farmers, and at the end, how to be able to go to contract with the buyers in order to get the good price. So the main proposals are to develop the dissemination of the tool, to continue to work with advisors who work with the farmers. So the tool definitely needs a human element to take the analysis and make actionable insight and to help the farmer to improve. Only the tool is not sufficient. And to develop the link between different sources of data to facilitate the collect and to have more safe time to analyze. So the added value of our user cases brought to our project. So in our minds, we think we have an historical experiences with this tool. We use the CoopRod for 7 years, and 700 advisors use this tool on the field. We have today more 21,000 files and cost production on the farms. This tool allows to have feedbacks on the field by the farmers and the advisors. And with this tool, we know the difficulties faced by the livestock farmers and the difficulties to share and to collect the data on the field. And at the end, the relationship between the farmer and advisor is based on the trust. So the most valuable lessons we gained from the training. So in first, the exchange of experiences between users of the tools. They were constructive and should make possible to add new functionalities. The cross of feedbacks between the farmers, the advisors, the teachers, the students, the IT developers, all these feedback are very interesting. The future developments will be significant with a new visualization and simulation on farms, and to confirm the useful of the tool on the field, to compare the result and to find ways to improve together between the farmers and the advisors. So to conclude the learnings, we gathered from the activity in general of the FAIRshare project. So the nice relationships, the good meal. Thank you, Peter. Peter Parry is not here. And thank you, Gérard, from the TIGESC for the Smith Weeks experiences, a local beer in Kilkenny. Working together is rewarding. So alone we go faster, but together we go further. The discovering of your tools and your concerns in each country. Co-creating the training session, it was a good experience. Not so easy, but a good experience. Realizing the good practice video with Patricia, Eleonore, Anita, Bruno. It was a funny moment. And to have a common tool to inventory all of our data, it's very, very important and very interesting. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If someone, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation, Matthew. And does anyone have a question regarding this user case? No. So maybe afterwards, people will be not so shy and speak with you. So now, India, and we will have Marta presenting the user case in India, Spain.
Okay, hello again. I am Marta Goñi, and I come from India. We are a public company of advisory services located in Spain. This is our user case. At the beginning of the user case, we have an objective, and it was to overcome the challenge for advisors of sharing and keeping knowledge and expertise using that. That is, we wanted to find a tool, an internal knowledge exchange tool, to let our advisors to upload, record, and share all the prescriptions and all the knowledge and recommendations that they usually do in their daily work. So we went to the FAIRshare platform and we selected 2 tools. We have to adapt these tools for our purpose, and then we tested them in an advisor pilot. The tools that we selected was in the 2021 Moodle. Moodle is an e-learning platform. In fact, we were using this platform for our e-learning courses with a very good results, but we wanted to explore the potential of Moodle with this purpose of sharing and knowledge, sharing knowledge and keeping knowledge. I have to say that once we have tested Moodle with this purpose, our advisors didn't find suitable for this purpose. So we tried another tool, which was Microsoft Teams. All of us know Microsoft Teams is part of Microsoft Office 365. So we wanted to establish this part of Microsoft for this purpose, because in India we didn't use this part. In India, advisors had different communication channels, and one of the purposes was to bundle these communication channels in one and to explore that. So this is, in a nutshell, the pearls, puzzles, aspects, and proposal. I have to say that the pearls outnumber the puzzles, so it's good. But with this type of that for sharing knowledge, we are going to avoid the information siloed, which is really important to avoid it in our organizations, in order to boost cross-cutting collaboration between departments, and to bundle, as I said before, the communication channels all in one and being more effective. With this type of tool, we realized that we are creating a communicative environment. We are trying to enhance productivity because we are not going to repeat different investigations on different prescriptions in different folders. We are going to have all unique in one. And we are finally going to improve the engagement to this tool. What was the main puzzles? I have to say that it was not easy at the beginning because WhatsApp is really extended in between our advisors. So the tool that we wanted to propose had to be at least as attractive as WhatsApp. So this is one of the reasons that Moodle didn't go well with this. Apart of this, we advisors, we are human beings, and sometimes perhaps we are reluctant to change. Perhaps we could, the lack of time or lack in digitalization skills and so on. So this was some of the barriers that we have to face in this user case. And apart of this, some advisors not always are willing to share information in this type of platforms, perhaps because they feel afraid of being replaced by others. So we had to work in this direction and try to encourage and engage them in this. And finally, the proposals. We began with a pilot, After our user case was really useful because one of the recommendations was to extend the pilot to other influential people who could encourage the other in the use of that. It was really useful because we are in a extended pilot now, but with these influential people, with these people with a heavy weight in our organization who could encourage the other. Of course, the training and support, mentoring is essential in all type of changes, and in fact in this too. We are trying always to show the benefits of trying to keep this knowledge in order to, for instance, experienced advisors could provide these recommendations to advisors with less experience, with the generational with advisors who are close to the retirement age, so they are going to have all the prescriptions with this, so we think it's really important. So we are going through this and trying to show these benefits. And what was the added value for your user case to our project? First of all, I think the key efforts that we have to introduce that for internal knowledge exchange, who was basically, we have to begin with a management commitment. This is the first step. Then, if we want to have better results, it's better from the adoption and rather than imposition. So we have to work and to be aware that every innovation of this goes to the curve change, and we have to take time to give the support, the training, and to accompany all the advisors in this process. The pilot is essential. For us, it was really useful. The pilot, it has to be composed by active group, influential advisors. We have to provide relevant information. It's not a pilot, it has to be, we have to create the needs of advisors in order to use this tool. And we have to expand, we have expanded the pilot to more advisors. Okay. The most valuable lessons we gained from the training, and I would like to remark the training we were talking about before, and it was like training need to be really efficient when we want to program, to plan this, because time is a limiting factor with advisors, with farmers, with all of us. So we have to plan it really carefully. For me, in my opinion, the ARIA model it was really useful because a well-structured course is going to gain time and you are going to be more efficient. Testimonial, storytelling, I think we are mentioning this, this word very often in this conference, but a previous story of a past user is really useful in this time. Talking about advisors, between advisors, or talking about farmers. Of course, we are going to gain more knowledge and more skills if we are a company in a welcome and open-minded and positive environment. The smallest case study is a requirement our advisors made us in the training because they thought that they had to use the tool in learning by doing in some examples or some studies, and then select, of course, the appropriate model exchange. It depends on the complexity of the topic. Knowledge transfer, knowledge exchange, co-creation, it depends on the topic and it depends on the audience and so on. And finally, the learning I gather from the activity in general in FAIRshare, trying to encourage the uptake among advisors of digital tools. I will remark that we have to identify previously and select the suitable DATs, and they have to be easy to use, very remarkable and very pretty obvious, but we have to adapt these DATs to our context, and not all DATs are suitable for all the problems. Then start small and scale up, as I said before, begin with a pilot because all the changes in all the community and of the advisors should be step by step. So first in a pilot and evaluate. This pilot with these influential people, leaders who could encourage the rest, we consider essential. of course, during all this process of all this change, introducing a DAT has to be followed by a mentor, training and support during all the process, during the training, and then after with the implementation. The interoperability, of course, is another point to take into account, because talking about knowledge transfer, that's perhaps we have in one DAT, one for conference, video calls, one for chats, so it's better to have all in one. And finally, we have to demonstrate, to promote the benefits, to show the benefits in order to engage the challenge. And that's all for my part. Thank you very much.
Presentation. And would you, someone would like to make a question to Marta regarding this user case? Okay. Yes.
Hi, Marta. It's not a question, it's just a highlight on the WhatsApp that you mentioned there, because I realized that, yes, WhatsApp as a channel that already exists, and nowadays, at least in Portugal, is becoming a quite powerful tool to share, as you just said, to share knowledge and so on. And I don't know why, but it seems like farmers and even advisors, they feel quite comfortable on sharing on WhatsApp. But again, if you present them a specific app that was developed just for knowledge transfer, then they would say, oh, I have WhatsApp. So I understand what you just said, it's quite difficult. Yeah, if you want to overcome WhatsApp, you really have to add some new features that would convince them to use it. But just highlighting that, yeah, tools like WhatsApp are quite powerful nowadays.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will give the presentation by Chagask. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Just like to say, I'm presenting here on behalf of all my colleagues. I'm Ger Shortland, and Richard O'Brien in the audience there is another regional manager in advisory work in Ireland. So we're the two regions that were involved in this project of FAIRshare. But there's also about 25 other people who were involved who I didn't name on the slide because I didn't have enough room. But we had a lot of advisors using the devices that we sent out into the field, and then we had quite a bit of support from colleagues in research, especially and in ICT. So just to acknowledge all that. So the problem that we found, or that was evident to us, that kind of spurred us to look at this opportunity maybe to get out and use more digital devices in the field, was that basically more and more the advisor's time has been taken up with office work and consulting with farmers on issues particularly around scheme work, which was just essentially using up all their time. And there's a risk there that the advisors then will become out of touch with the practicalities and the technical information around production and engage less and less with farmers and effectively lose a bit of confidence in their knowledge on that basis. And the clients in turn would stop asking the advisors for technical information or for production information because they knew that their time was so much engaged with the more kind of regulatory type work. So it's a worrying problem for us. And there was a student, Jennifer Bracken, was taken on there in 2020 to look at this particular problem around the use of digital, or how well we were using digital technologies on farms. And these are just a few findings from her survey of advisors. And it was found that basically 90% of advisors said, yes, DATs are a positive thing, they're a good thing to have in my work. But a lot fewer advisors were positive that they had the right types of DATs to carry out the work needed, or the right types of resources to implement DATs on farms. So there was a gap between the advisor's requirement or their need, or what is perceived as their need, and what was the actual availability of the technology or the DATs to use. And these are kind of the issues that came up in the survey of farmers advisors as regards what they discuss with farmers or what issues come up on a day-to-day basis in advisory work. So you can see there are a lot of work around the basic payment, or BIS as it is now, nutrient management grants, farm viability, which is generally the kind of the economics of production and so on, and fertilizer use rates and diversification, nutrition. So a broad range of topics were coming up. And we do have a number of DATs that help to answer those questions. For instance, pasture base is one that was developed there purely for the management of grassland swards and to get the most efficient way of doing that. But it's quite a small niche in terms of the total farmer demand. But we have other DATs for nutrient management. But the big ones that get used a lot are that ICBF DAT, which is really about animal management and animal data, and that's used a lot by farmers and by advisors. It's not ours, it was developed by a sister agency called ICBF. And then, of course, the big one is the Department of Agriculture Ag Food, which is the farmer's own interaction with the Department of Agriculture, which governs and regulates a large chunk of farmers' incomes via the various schemes and so on. So we have a pretty wide range of DATs. They answer quite a lot of the questions, but not all of them for farmers. And a few of those DATs there have nothing to do with, I suppose, pure technical agriculture. You know, WhatsApp and Skype and Zoom, they're really about digitizing communications. So we found those to be really useful, and especially COVID. When COVID descended upon us, they became even more useful. So they've become effectively embedded now in the way we work. But look, that's just a sample of what we were using, and we're building on that as we go along. So the proposals within our project were all around getting advisors out on the farms more, optimizing the value of the farm visit to try and get the most we can out of those farm visits, because they're precious in terms of the amount of time we have available to do them, and the discussion group meetings, which obviously multiply the impact because you're dealing with several farmers at a time, groups of 10 or 12 or 15 farmers or whatever. So we wanted to maximize the value we're getting out of those one-to-one or one-to-group interactions. And to create a bit of space for going out onto the farms, we thought we'd better improve efficiency or look at ways to improve efficiency of operations. So, have I done this right? Yeah. Probably should have done the proposals at the end rather than the pearls. But so the pearls, what I'm using for pearls here is basically feedback that's come from the advisors having used these devices in the field to improve interaction with the farmers. And the first thing that comes up is it gave better opportunity to use digital tools on farms when you had a device that you could use in the farm. That the information is there. There's so many data sources. You have it at your fingertips. You don't have to, as Nigel said in his testimonial, you don't have to go back to the office to try and fish out information. You can access it right there and then if the farmer has a question for you. And there's more time then to give practical advice to farmers, because you can get the data, you can talk directly about the issue on the farm. You don't have to, there's no break in the continuity of the discussion about what's happening. The 5G card makes it possible to bring your office to wherever, to the farmer's kitchen table or out to the field or wherever. Touchscreen functionality is very handy because it's kind of tactile. The farmer can interact with it very quickly. And if all this was to work well, you could cut down on paperwork. I suppose a little bit of a problem there is that maybe farmers like to get paper. They like to get some of the information on paper, but I suppose we're moving towards a situation where farmers will be more accepting of digital formats. The puzzles then are I suppose the things, and I've misspelled puzzles there, I just see now. The first two there are largely what I outlined in the original challenge or the problems we were encountering. If I take it from the third one down, poor connectivity. There's not always in every situation good connectivity via the network, although it's improving all the time. But generally speaking, connectivity is adequate to do what we're trying to do, but it's still a problem in some parts of the country. So you're not able to get access to the information you want. Maybe we have the wrong devices for doing what we're trying to do on farms, in that they're not rugged enough. They're not as easily portable as we'd like them to be. So maybe there's a bit of development that could go on there in terms of the hardware selection. visits, the more visits you do, they do tend to create follow-on work that has to be followed up in the office. So I suppose advisors have to get used to the idea of trying to finish up the discussions on the farm and supply the farmer with the information he needs, and follow up as much as possible before leaving the farmer's yard or the farmer's kitchen, rather than rely on going back to the office and send them back information and interacting. So you have to try and improve efficiency by getting as much done outside on the farm as possible. This thing about maybe the specialist support that advisor gets, it's maybe we should be able to make better use of specialist advisors by bringing them onto the farm virtually, rather than having them physically there as it is at the moment, which is the way we think. If I get a specialist advisor out to consult with a farmer, I have to have that advisor in the yard with the farmer. But maybe we should get a little bit more creative about bringing specialists in virtually into discussions with farmers, and there's no reason we couldn't do that, or do it with farmer groups, or say on farm walks. That we should get a bit more clever about that. And I think the seventh one is probably maybe the biggest puzzle or the biggest challenge or problem that we have left. We need more support and training for advisors to break down the barriers, if you like, and to make them feel more comfortable using that's on a farm, out in the field, that they've got quick and easy access to ICT support, so that they don't end up out on a farm in trouble, not able to use a DAT. And you do hear cases of advisors going out and they have everything printed off as a backup in case something fails, and we don't need to be doing that because it's just very inefficient. How have we added value? I think this project has added value by showing that you can increase the uptake of digital tools on farms among advisors if you give them the right equipment to do the job and equip them properly in terms of connectivity. And that in turn will influence farmers' perception of what the DATs are able to do. There has been a notable reduction in follow-up work if we can work more efficiently. We don't have to be going back to the office to send the farmer out more information. You can give it to the farmer there and then. Better access to real-time data, so the farmer's experience is improved, so the farmer doesn't have to think or imagine what his say his breeding information is about his cows or whatever. You can actually show it to him there and then. This is what's currently in real time available, so there's a better engagement because the information is so fresh and real time, and that leads to better interactions between farmers and advisors, even in groups or on one-to-one or on farm walks or whatever. It's all a lot more immediate and real, and I think that in itself would lead to further demands, if you like, for innovation and better DATs when farmers see how useful these things are. So the most valuable lessons and learnings then, I suppose there's still a need there to sell the idea to advisors that these DATs can actually save time. They're not just another burden that you have to learn off something or you have to familiarize yourself with a new technology. You know, there's a kind of an if it's not broken, don't fix it type of attitude sometimes, that, you know, things are working very nicely at the moment, I don't need to change them. So we have to sell the idea to advisors that, yeah, if you adopt these new technologies and digital technologies, you can become more efficient and get things done in less time. We need to improve on our side our digital offering, because we're starting to lose our position in terms of being up to speed with the very latest digital technologies that are being offered by other organizations and commercial organizations. So we are falling a bit behind in terms of how up to speed we are. There's an awful lot of data out there now. We're in the age where data is becoming more and more and more available, and there's more and more data out there, and we're kind of in danger of maybe getting swamped with all this data. So we need to be able to pick out the bits we need and make good use of them, and I suppose we need to be clever about being able to combine and analyse different data sets together, and that means better DATs, I suppose. And we need to consider when we're developing DATs how compatible they are with the data sources that are out there. So we have to be clever about the types of DATs we develop, that they're actually given high levels of functionality and efficiency. there's an issue there. A lot of people think that I have an app on my phone. I'll go out and I'll use that on my PC, but Windows isn't compatible with Android or iPhone or whatever. So we need to, I suppose, get over those little barriers. And I think the whole thing is around collaboration between the advisors in the field and the ICT people who have the knowledge to make these things work better for us. And we need to build those relationships and get that support to a higher degree. So I'll finish up there. That's just a picture from our recent stand at the ploughing match. The ploughing match is probably, it's a big annual event in Ireland. It's the biggest single agricultural outdoor event, I think, in Europe or something. It's basically Glastonbury for farmers, as they say. So every year we go to the ploughing match and we try to meet as many farmers as possible. So here's a successful interaction there between one of our advisors, that's Colin Doran, who's one of the guys involved in FAIRshare. He's on the climate change side of the house now. He started off in Darien, but he's a climate change advisor now, and he's having a bit of an interaction with a couple of farmers there. But look, it's just typical of what we'd be hoping will happen more and more and more, real-time interactions with data on farms. This is obviously not on a farm. So thanks very much for your attention. Has anybody any questions? Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. What are your success factors? You said it's important to have a good working relationship with the ICT specialists to overcome these interfaces. So what is your recipe how to work well with these specialists?
Well, I suppose the two disciplines of agricultural advisory or agronomy work and ICT are not that close together in terms of their, their experiences and their understanding of each other. And I think we need to bring those two groups together, people together a lot more, and maybe have a bit, by whatever means, bridge that there's a bit of a digital divide even within organisations, let alone across society. So, and look, everything boils down to resources, and I suppose I think we're in an era now where more resource has to go into the digital offering and the support of people to deliver that out into the field. And I think it's a barrier to progress. Like, definitely, we found in the project that we made quickest progress when we had advisors learning from each other, but they need an injection of knowledge and information and support from ICT to really get that learning, that circular sort of learning to happen. If advisors are left without that, it'll be a lot slower. You need it's almost like a catalyst to make the learning happen. So I think that's really important.
Okay, any other question? No? So, Juan? So we will have the user case from Cajamarca, Spain.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Juanjo. I work in Cajamar Foundation. And Cajamar's user case is the only one in FAIRshare project dedicated, focused on greenhouse ground vegetable crops. Yeah, this special production. I'm coming from Almería, yeah, which is a province in the southeast corner of Spain, with a very special weather conditions that has permitted a huge development of greenhouses in the last 60 years. Currently, there are more than 33,000 hectares, and the surface is still increasing. Here you have some data about the importance of this growing system. This surface produces, for example, more than 3.5 million tons of vegetables with an economic value for the growers higher than 2.7 billion euros and maintain more than 100,000 workers. In the greenhouse, the vegetable crops are grow very fast, experiment very quick changes, and for that reason, the advisors have to visit the crop very frequently, at least once every 2 weeks, and they needed a tool, an efficient tool, to register all the recommendations to the grower. It's important that that the tool must be quick to save time, must permit also online and offline work, and also it's interesting to have helps, especially with the recommendation of phytosanitary products, because the legislation changes very frequently, and it's necessary to have a help to avoid mistakes in when doing these recommendations. At the same time, the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture has decided that from next year, from September of next year, will be compulsory the use of the digital field diary in the farms, greenhouse farms, between others. And then it's important that both functions must be integrated in the tool. On the other hand, one of the an important aspect in the management of greenhouse crops is the optimization of fertigation, as all the greenhouse areas has been declared as nitrate vulnerable zones. For that objective, we consider that the best way to optimize the fertigation is to use a prescriptive corrected management strategy, where we use an initial we model initially the crop requirements based on a decision support system, and later this recommendation is adjusted based on measurements of the soil and plant nutritional status of the crop. Fortunately, these measurements at the moment are not automatic because there are devices, adequate devices for this function. So there are some prototypes of equipment that perhaps in the future can work, but not at the moment. So we are focusing in the user case in the DSS. Regarding the prescription tool, initially we started working with a tool of a local company that is very implemented in Almeria. But the development of this tool, the progress of this tool was not good enough for the advisor, so we decided to change, to start with a different tool from a company specialized in the development of a digital field diary, or SIGRIS. We have optimized this tool, integrating an efficient search engine and also some shortcuts in the tool to make it quicker. Yeah, that is very important for the advisors. The adjusted tool is called CX Tierra, has been integrated in Cajamar's digital platform, which is Plataforma Tierra, which is free available. For the prescription of fertigation, we have worked with a disease support system developed in Almeria. It's calibrated and validated in our conditions. It's Bexis DSS. Initially, the tool gave a recommendation for nitrogen, and now it's giving recommendation for other nutrients. It's very simple tool. The most sophisticated is behind all the research behind the tool. According to our experience, of course, functionality of the tool is essential. If not, the users are not going to use the DATs. But also it's very important for adoption, the simplicity. Yeah? It's very important that the tool must be attractive, intuitive, and easy to use, because not all the users are expert in the use of digital tools. So if they have problems initially, they tend to lose the interest. Yeah. Also the cost. We have seen that is a very important issue. I don't know in other places, but in Spain, the user don't want to pay for the digital tools, or at least a significant amount of money. To solve this, Cajamar has decided to offer the DATS, the prescription tool, free of charge to its clients for at least for the first 3 years. Okay? It's assuming the cost for this period. In the end, Cajamar is a credit cooperative bank specialized in agriculture. The objective is to increase the number of clients and the bank business. Okay, and we think that the imposition of the digital field diary will be an opportunity for us to achieve this. In the case of Almeria, many growers are integrated in cooperatives, are not working individually. Yeah? And in this, these organizations have decided to assume the digital field diary. So in this case, the promotion has to be done not individually, but focused on the organization, the cooperatives. And this is done not. This is not a work for someone like me. Yeah, this is done at high level. Yeah. Fortunately, Cajamar has good relationships with the cooperatives. The main problem that we are having now is with interoperability, yeah? Because it is necessary that the tool can connect with the software of the cooperative. So we are solving this by developing an API. Regarding training, we decided to do a face-to-face training, yeah, in a small group, using individual laptop for each advisor. And this was a very nice experience because each person has a different level, yeah, And in this way, we could attend them individually, yeah, and they progress with the tool in his rhythm. No? Also, we have the participation of an advisor with experience in the fertigation in the prescription tool, and this was a very good help in the teaching and convincing the participants. The advisor showed positive feedback, yeah, both about the functionality of the DAT and also about the development of the training. Okay, and suggested an improvement in the DAT for prescription, that is to combine the prescription with the manual measurement made by the advisor or the grower in the field. This is okay, but it's very good, but the problem is that this needs some experimental work before this integration, and will be attended in the future. Okay. Finally, regarding the learnings from FAIRshare, I think the co-creation process, including the final users, was very useful for us to know the real needs that of these final users, and also for establish aspect to improve in the tools, and this in the end facilitate the adoption. Also, the strategic alliance with a company specialized in the development of a specific DAT or software can be very fruitful. I think for both parties both parties are happy with this collaboration, but it's necessary, of course, to do a very good selection of the partner. And that's all. Thank you very much.
The picture that you showed with all the greenhouses, it's very impressive. So would someone like to address a question to Juan? Just to remind you that we'll be closing soon, so this will be probably the last opportunity within the project that you can speak together, so take the most of your time here, please.
Yeah, hi. Just a curiosity. So I'm just wondering that for your, this is like such a specific thematic that you have in your user case, that you said that you were the only one with this thematic. I think that we have one or two that are more alike like that. For instance, To Be Forest, more about forestry and so on. I'm just wondering if even if in the cross visits that you did in all of the exchange, if even having such a specific thematic in your user case, if even that you think that you have a lot of pearls coming out from your cross visits. That's my question. You understand? So if you have such a specific thematic, and when you are doing like other cross visits, you are with other advisors seeing other scenarios that is not yours, for instance. So, but even so, you got a lot of positive things with the cross visits. I'm just wondering how you deal with it. I mean, how could you get, for instance, you have in Portugal, and the thematic was about water scarcity.
In our cross visit or the others?
In yours and in the others. For instance, when you come to Portugal.
In our cross visit, the objective was to establish a strategy, to facilitate the adoption. In this, the conclusions, I think, were positive, in this sense, and the invited partners gave good ideas about this. For the for the other course visits, sometimes was a little bit difficult, to manage. For example, Chagas was completely different thematic, but in the end, okay. How to increase the use of these digital tools in different scenarios, the problem is more or less the same, I think. So, I think in general was positive also.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will give the floor to the user case, one of the user cases from Portugal, to be forests, and it is specifically addressed to forestry. Okay.
I try to be some active. Sorry. It's a quite difficult time now. Welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our experience in this project. Oh, sorry, I give you the wrong wrong presentation. Yeah. Sorry, I give you. You came and I changed the... Sorry. So.
You want to learn Portuguese? In 5 minutes.
I can do it in Portuguese as well.
Okay. So we will have the other user case from Portugal, from Consoli, Monte Alqueva, and then we will switch the presentation to English. Okay. Thank you.
Should I press forward? No. I never saw this one before. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be presenting our Portuguese user case promoted by Consoli. So it's called Mobilizing Alqueva Region with an Information Technology Tool, AgroBI, to gather different data sources with useful and timely information for decision-making in the Alqueva region. And after all this time developing the user case, this name is still a mouthful, so in short, it's called Mobit Alqueva. So, I suppose it's important to just give a little framework of the region that we are hoping to mobilize and to connect with our user case. So the Alqueva region, it's located in southern Portugal, and that's an important area of irrigation land. More or less 120,000 hectares of irrigation land. This irrigation land is quite recent. Sorry. Excuse me. So I was telling this irrigated area, it's quite recent, so it was built more or less 25 years ago, so the landscape, the crops, and the farmers as well changed over this period of time. So some concerns regarding the sustainability and some environmental, social, and also economic aspects gain importance in decision making in the farm and in the region. So the main objectives with our user case was encouraging good agricultural practices and aligning advisors and farmers with the Common Agricultural Policy, also promoting an increasingly sustainable regional primary production, and it's underlined because the idea with our user case and our tool is to give the advisors and farmers not only the ability to aggregate farm data and giving information to provide solution, but also to give them the way to keep improving over the years. Include sustainability KPIs in farmers and advisor decision making. Also an important part that was mentioned here before, the ability to give advisors and farmers a benchmark of different practices done in the region. So the idea is to let the farmers and the advisors to compare themselves with farms that are equivalent to them, to give them a notion on the challenge to tackle first in their farms. Also, an important thing is being this a regional platform and data gathering platform. It's also an important database for decision making on the political side of things. So that was an important aspect to increase the regional knowledge on practices, and also a great way to communicate and monitoring the practice in the region. So this is the home page of our tool. So the idea, it's like Mobit Alqueva, we translated this title of ours to Alqueva Sustainability Standard, let's say. And the idea is to be used not only by advisors to do their work and to incorporate these sustainability KPIs on farm practices, but also to be accessed directly by farmers, so they can do a self-assessment of how they are doing and how their farm is doing in the last years, and also comparing with similar farms. Also, there's an entity that's a governing body that is coordinating the irrigation land, that is EDIA, and this tool is also quite useful for them to also get to know mainly the practices related to water management and how can they improve their services. And also EDIA is the one promoting and also providing advisory services, so it's the vector to reach all types of farmers in the region. And finally, to the right, this tool could also be used by policymakers, for society and science. So for policymakers, as I said before, this data, as it keeps growing, it's a privileged tool to get to know the details of the primary sector in the region. Also for society, for a way to communicate what the farmers are doing. That's an important aspect of this program, because, as I said before, this landscape changed a lot in the last 25 years, and it rose some issues regarding to landscape, biodiversity, and it's important to that it's important that the society knows that the farmers are also applying good practices and optimizes and integrating their agricultural production with the environment and their surroundings. And finally, it's science, of course, being the basis of this, that scientific standards. The data collected is also important for different kinds of investigation. So regarding added value, so one of the things, looking back in the development of this user case, new ways of entering and optimizing farms and advisory work. So typically, these kind of solutions aim at a specific crop or a specific struggle that the farms have. With Mobi Talkeva, we put the conversation in a different level when we can discuss integrated approach on farm management. And that, for most farmers, is a new way of discussing their practices. So I think that's one of the added values with this. You see, secondly, the cross visits, also mentioned it here before, but for us it was super important to get to know different realities across different countries in Europe. Who was asking regarding the cross visit and the added value to visit something that can be different than what we are developing. But at the end of the day, all these debts have users, have struggles regarding information management, and have user interface. So to see different kind of approaches to that's development, it was super useful for us, and hope that it's also super useful for the ones that we visited. Finally, this, as I mentioned, is used as a regional sustainability advisory tool, and there is talks after its official presentation that occurred about 3 months ago to find ways to elevate this tool to a national scope. So here I don't expect you to read that because it's very small and it's in Portuguese, but the thing is the landscape changed over the last decades. So with the creation, the blue is the water, and the green, for instance, is new olive orchards, and in light yellow was arable crops without irrigation. So the region really changed over time. So regarding pearls, this Mobi Talkeva had this challenge of covering a region that is ever-changing and different between crops, but farmers, different kinds of companies. So we aimed at covering the different realities within the region. How can we, regarding puzzles, how can we assimilate even more different realities and scales of agricultural production? So I think we are on the right track on integrating these different kinds of crops, but in order to expand, we have to work harder and to integrate different kinds of economic activities. And a proposal is include sustainability advisory tools and their usage as an investment aspect when doing new investments in the region. Regarding lessons learned, when presented with the proposed methodology on how to create dashboards and advise farmers, the advisors show initiative and wanted to try and experiment with the tools provided, so they begin to be proactive with this tool. We found that it's much better to train advisors and farmers with a concrete data set based on reality and not estimates, so they can really manifest this proactivity. Also, one of the biggest challenges was the operational aspect of the debt, particularly on how to reproduce multiple dashboards and safeguarding data privacy, because one of the main aspects, as I said, of this debt was to allow farmers and advisors to benchmark, and this raised several challenges in the development. But it was later overcome with credentials and security measures to accommodate this kind of information. Lastly, learnings. So on a more positive note, that's user interface, usability is a fundamental aspect of these kind of tools. If given the appropriate tools, advisors can provide services to a wide typology of farms regarding sustainability, not only a sustainability of a specific sector or crop, but they can do their work on a more regional scope. And benchmarking practices with other farmers is, we found out that it's a crucial driver to engage farmers, for them to get to know the reality and where they are lacking or where they are thriving. Looking forward, flagship advisors and farms that was mentioned here, like super farms or super farmers, play a relevant role in adopting this new tool. Periodical gathering of advisors and the managing organization should be organized to ensure the continuing engagement of advisors and farmers. And lastly, that output should be connected to the business aspect of farms and farmers, even when the advisory is targeted more for a sustainability standpoint. The business side of farms shouldn't be forgotten, so it should be included when developing this kind of tools. Thank you.
To this user case? No. Okay. So, Susanna, you can do your presentation now. And now it will be in English. You won't have a class of Portuguese. It will be in English then.
I can use it because I have to be there for in the house.
Ah, okay.
Hello again. Sorry, I can go in. When I walk, I like to talk when I walk. It's more easy for me. But for the people that are in the house and see us online, it can show if I was not here. So our user case, I'm Susana, I'm from To Be Forest, Portugal. Our user case is from forest. I think the only case from forest, agroforest here, so it's quite different from the other user cases. And this is specific for a project that we have, that is Ecosystem Services powered by ForestSim, that is our online platform. Let's see. Well, To Be Forest, like the names say, we are forest. We work in forest. We work in certification forest schemes that are developed internationally. And in each country, or in Portugal, we adapt to our conditions. So we are a team of 12 advisors that we work all over Portugal with 4 offices in the center, in Lisbon, and in the south. And we are here because we are closer for the forest owners. So we do a lot of training, not only with the forest owners, but only with the forest contractors that are the person that work in forest, and they have a crucial paper on all these sector. In certification, we have a group of forest owners. Now they are around 900 forest owners that are certified with us. They have to comply with a lot of good practice, register a lot of data, and our advisors go with them and do the registration. So, because of all this information we have to manage, we create Forest Sim. Tegask show the diagnosis that we have done before implement Forest Sim. We want the advisors to be in the field with the forest owners and not in the office doing maps and plans and so on. And they do the planning and the technical issue, but then they don't have time to help the forest owners to implement it. So that's how the Forest Sim, our platform, came. For those that don't know a little bit for forest in Portugal, that represents around 40% of our area, and we have agroforestry. We have in the user cases we go. This is very good issue to talk about. We have a very specific type of ownership. Almost 90% or more than 90% of the territory, the forest territory, is private owned. So we have a big challenge, as you can see. We have a big challenge to move all these forest owners, some of them with less than half of an hectare to manage. And the rural people are, as you know, as you probably have the same problem, came older and older. So this is a big challenge for the issue, the user cases in general. I think that is a topic. So our strategy. Our goals is, of course, increasing the number of agroforest owners with access to our online digital forest, and also to certify their forests. It's not very usual, but in Portugal, the industry pay more for wood or cork that came from forest areas that are certified. So that is a carrot for forest owners to get certified their areas and have a compromise to do better management. To see that some numbers there, in 2017 we have 27 forest owners, and now we have 866 forest owners in our group of certification. Forest Sim grows, our platform. In 2020, we have 40,000 hectares, around 677 owners and 80 advisors. In this, when we put in the market the Forest Sim, there are only us that manage a group and 2 more entities that have the same role that us. So we developed Forest Sim with the help of paper industry, with the objective that they support us for us to put the platform in the market for other entities that also manage forest certification areas. So now we have beside us more 5 entities that bought the Forest Sim, the platform, and we get that numbers that are there in nowadays. So we have 25 advisors, more than 3,000 owners, and 60 million hectares, not million, thousand. Thank you. Oh, next 10 years, we get it. This is one of our goals, but the other one is to increase and promote ecosystem services. We were the first entity in Portugal that gets the FSC certification for ecosystem services. We do it in 3 forest owners for tourism, carbon, and biodiversity. Now we have 5 forest owners, and we include also water, the service provided to water. So after we get here in this project, we get, the sky is the limit, and you saw by the numbers that we are working, and the experience we get from this project, it was very useful to focus in our strategy, and we have a lot of other projects. They are sustain our strategy in a lot of ways. This is some of the images. We have a video there, and if you want, I can show you in my phone or my PC the application. The forest owners can print their own maps, can see the planning, can introduce the data. They can see all the work we do in their properties. Pearls, lessons learned. We learned that how to present a challenge to forest management. We get to better communicate with farmers and agroforest owners, and we learn to show the advantage of using data such as Forest Sim. We have done a lot of work of communication and try to get this platform further. But today someone said, I don't know who, face-to-face is fundamental. We can create online training, whatever, but if our advisor is not there with patience to listen what the forest owner, what the contractor has to say, forget it. You don't have the trust. So forget it that we use this or the service we provide. So it's not, we can get the better that's in the world, but you don't have the confidence of them. Questions that remain. How to implement active management in marginal areas. This is with ecosystem service certification. We have now more than 20 sponsors that are supporting management in conservation areas to promote biodiversity. But this is a new area, so we are trying to see how communicate better and how the forest team can support this better. How manage different types of information. We have a lot of information, so many we can see how to treat it and how can we, what we can get with it and help us to get more. Engage more farmers to use digital resource. I think everybody is agreed with it. Proposals, how to improve. Gather more feedback for users or potential users. We done a questionnaire to develop an app to ask the potential users what are the issues they want to see in that app. This is somewhat what we learn here also. Continue to develop the platform with more valuable resources for our clients. We just have a first edition. We are working to a second edition, a better edition. How to improve the communication of forest ecosystem service certification and their importance, and explore ways to bring more valorization to forest owner. This is, our case is very interesting. What value did we bring to the FAIRshare project? We were the only forest agroforest related that, and user case participating. Somewhat, we learn a lot with other experience also, but this, we go to see the cows and so on, and not the forest. So we try to fit and to see where we can get more experience for our sector. We create an innovative model for forestry sector that allows the provision of additional value to agroforest areas, products and services. And the DAT was already operational during the project. So it was much more easy to show results of the things that are already running. What was our learnings from FAIRshare? The importance of keeping up with the latest technology developments, how similar the challenge we all face are, the benefits an extensive network can bring us to help develop new ideas. This is really, these three big ideas, it's very good to get this in this project, and I think it was very valuable for us to improve our work on this. This is kind of confusing, but this is a flyer that we produce for forest owners. We produced this year to explain them, and some layout I think you know that came from ideas from your projects. This is some we try to go on that. And below there are some photos of our cross visit that occurred in the end of last year. So, thank you all.
Now it's working. If I clap more, it will be working more. So do you have any questions to Susanna regarding... Yes, Professor Milan. Oh, thank you.
Ja ću govoriti na hrvatski, a kolega Domagoj će me prevoditi.
So, I will ask the question in the name of my colleague. So you mentioned several times...
I'm veterinarian, and we have not many user case about livestock. So I have not possibility or chance to ask in this user case. So I ask about forestry. Više puta ste spomenula forest management, active management. Da li je u taj management uključena su i gospodarski benefiti ili samo ekološki, i da li možete nabrojati 4-5 konkretnih aktivnosti koje radite?
Long question. So you mentioned several times in your presentation forest management word. Can you name 4 or 5 activities inside this forest management? What does it consist?
Okay, it's
issues, how many income bring 1 hectare of forestry, or only ecological issues? And can you mention 4 or 5 concrete activities?
I have all the pleasure to show you everything. I will show you in my computer or in my phone. This is economical. We are talking about sustainability in economical, social, and ecological issues. So, of course, if we don't have economical, the forest owners don't get with us. So, the first carrot they have to come with us, the first objective they have to come with us is because the industry pay more for the products that came from there. So, of course, this economic is always and first present there. The social that is related with all the training you show in the photographs we do with the people, with the local, with the workers there. It's a huge work we done in the forest. And the ecological, we have to protect. There are a lot of information from the government and from the species, and a lot of them. And this is passed in a one page to the forest owner, what is good practice, 1 page. That sometimes not even this good page is sufficient for them to read. So we try to simplify the communication for them, and everything is, of course, in the forest sim. The maps are on forest sim. I don't show you because the time is very short, but in the north and center of Portugal, there are no legal limits. The people don't have the limits of their properties. They only have a paper that say, in the north, we have with the people, with the forest owner AI, with the street, or so on. The people don't have, and with certification, they get their maps, and all the information related to that, and they can pass this information to their kids, to their grandkids. So it's a huge work we are doing, and we get money, or our enterprise, we are enterprise, so we need to pay all these people. We are 12 families to feed on, and we earn money with the sale of the products. And now we are earn money with the sale of the service too, the carbon storage, the water, and these kind of services that forests provide to the community, to the society, and they are not, they get money or nothing if they good manage or bad manage or simply abandon. So we are trying to promote these kind of activities and pay these activities to promote ecological, because economic, the industry pay. I hope.
Thank you very much.
There's here another question.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Just for me to prevent like a misunderstanding, you're talking about agroforestry. So where do you see the difference between agroforestry and forest?
There are definitions for it. We have a big discussion in England because you remember in Portugal we reduced the trees in the area to have cattle, okay, and these are very associated to montado, that is cork oak that give us cork, but they reduce the trees and put the animals there. This is the typical agroforestry that is in Portugal, but also the people are using cattle to prevent fires in the other forests, but it's not because of it that we will call agroforestry. We just call forest because there are densities and so on, is definitions. But the typically is less trees, forest trees. That is the big difference for England, because they call agroforestry with agriculture trees. We just use in Portugal forest trees and put animals almost all year in the area. So this is what we call agroforestry. Is in the south, half of the country have this kind of...
So for your certification, it's a must-have to put animals in the forest?
No, it's the decision of the forest owner. The management of the area is always the responsibility of the forest owner, and the objectives for that area is defined by the forest owner. If they want animals and agroforestry, they have good practice associated to that. They have a maximum number of cattle in that area to not destroy the new regeneration and so on. There are a lot of things. I can spend the whole afternoon here.
And tomorrow.
Yeah.
Forestry is very broad, actually. So thank you so much, Susanna.
Thank you.
And because Susanna was very, she was very looking forward to show you more in detail, please go and speak with her because you can explore her project. And now, yes, thank you. And now we will have I for Agria. And we will have this user case from the United Kingdom, and then we will follow the last one with Pierre from Moss Parcel. I'm getting there.
Hello. Hi, thank you. So I'm Holly Shearman, and I work for Innovation for Agriculture. I head up the Livestock and Farm of the Future programs there. Apologies, this presentation was actually put together by my colleagues, Laura and Evie, who can't be here today. But Evie is here later and tomorrow, so if you have any in-depth questions, please save them for her, but I will do my best to do it justice. So our user case was overcoming the challenge of on-farm meeting restrictions for farm advisors. So as I said, Innovation for Agriculture is an independent knowledge exchange charity, so we run knowledge exchange events, conferences, and on-farm peer-to-peer learning events. So the challenge was best practices without face-to-face meetings and on-farm consultation. So this very much came to a head in the COVID-19 pandemic, and also on poultry and pig units, obviously where biosecurity is an issue. The i4Live, so there was two platforms that we developed. One of them was the i4Live online event platform, which, as I said, sort of replaced the on-farm face-to-face events, which, as we've all said, obviously are the primary route of peer-to-peer learning. But when that's not available, this is there in that instance. And then alongside that is the carbon decision support tool, which compares farm carbon auditing programs. There's currently 4 on there during the pilot stage. There were 3 initially, and we've since added a 4th one. So the pearls from these stats, the main thing we found was that they need to be easy, attractive, social, and timely, which is a very social, science-based term. As we've all covered already, they're the 4 main things to make sure that any DAT is, to make sure it's usable by farmers and advisors. And one of the feedback from a farmer that used that was the on-farm tool, I think. Nice to have an event that I can access in my own time or have in the background when completing other tasks. So like we said, farmers are very short on time, so being able to access an online platform rather than having to attend an in-person event is sometimes more preferable to farmers. But the beauty of this platform is that it's a timed limit that you're allowed to access the event online, and then it follows up with a live question and answers session. So the puzzles, so the main issue with the i4Live platform is how to account for a large time workload requirement to produce an online event. So they do take a lot of obviously work in the background to upload all the information, make sure that everyone's got access to it, and then also to man the live question and answer session at the end, which can be in person or online. And also how to encourage feedback and ask for feedback on the event and how we can improve in the future. And in terms of the carbon decision tool, again, it was to minimise the workload of uploading all the data and keeping that data relevant. As we know, carbon decision tools change, all the carbon support tools change all the time, and especially, you know, at the moment, there's so many of them out there now. We'd like to get more onto that platform. And also, how do we validate the comparison between the audit tools, and is that needed? So again, this is similar to the puzzles, I guess. We ideally need more funding, especially for the I for Live platform. We also need more content for that to be able to put more courses on there. So anyone can upload content on there, they just need to contact us, and you can run programs through that program. And the carbon support tool, again, we need to add more carbon tools onto that program. There is the 4 current ones that are mostly used in the UK on there at the moment. And we'd also like to be able to verify the outcome somehow on that. But again, it all comes down to cost and time of development and maintenance. So the value added by this user case was it helped to understand and address challenges by embedding digital tools in advisory and farming contexts, and the business opportunities for advisors to offer interactive options that work for farmers, addressing real current needs and wants, engaging with clients in knowledge exchange where they might not be necessarily able to in a person-to-person, one-to-one instance, and it can support co-creation of solutions. Because these events can be either hybrid, they can be purely online, or they can be hybrid, so there could be some in person and some online. And you can also upload resources and training documents to the platform. So the key take-home messages from the Train the Trainer events that we ran were, the key thing is to plan around the farming calendar, because obviously you're not going to be able to engage with farmers or advisors if they're busy doing other tasks, and this isn't top of their priorities list. And to make them, as we said earlier, easy, attractive, social and timely, to make them as quick and simple as possible. And the questions remain around the complexities of carbon footprinting, particularly for farms which have diversified. So we need to have some more in-depth look at that. And more areas of interest could be included to provide more insight on farm diversification. So we did have some queries around, obviously, farms that have diversified, how they're accounted for on the carbon tools. Sorry, I should have said, so the Train the Trainer, which was just taking part on the carbon support tool. So that's what the trainers were trained on in that instance. So yeah, so the key learnings were that the DAT should be easy, attractive, social and timely to ensure the highest uptake, and projects should take account the farming calendar when planning activities to reduce barriers to users engaging in project activities to make sure the highest uptake, and that collaboration is key, like we've said today, obviously collaborating with other advisors, other networks, other organisations, because you don't know what you don't know, and diverse skill sets are obviously better than just one. And also, we don't want to reinvent the wheel when it comes to things like this. You know, everyone else is doing a lot of other things as well. And to avoid working in silos, to help users by reducing the need for repetitive data entry as well, we found was obviously key to make it as simple as possible in terms of the data entry required. Oh, that's it. Sorry. There's not even a thank you slide. Thank you. How do I go back? Oh, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Any questions? Oh no, good question.
Hello. Holly, thank you for that. I had a question around, you said that the advisors are supporting remotely. It was underneath your social aspect.
Yes.
Can you just explain how that works? Have you got some advisors sitting at a desk answering queries that come in on a web chat, or how do you support that?
So in terms of the online platform, so that is run through our online system. So whoever sets up the online portal would be responsible for answering those questions. So the idea is it's an interactive database. So yeah, any questions would either come if the provider or the company. So we're sort of a broker in a way, I guess, in that we don't provide the advice ourselves. So we work with advisors and farmers on a very sort of on the ground basis. So we would put these events on for advisors or companies or organisations, and then we would sort of run it on their behalf. So any questions would be filtered back to them. Or we do have soil scientists, soil specialists in our team that we would direct questions to. Yeah, so it would either be run in-house, or it would be we would provide the, I'm trying to think of the word. We provide the basis, basically. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the follow-on question was then, could you capture the type of interactions and could that be automated?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm saying yes. Yes, if we had the resources.
Okay. Someone would like to do another question? No? So, Tom.
Thank you, Raquel. You mentioned that you have, if you like, 4 carbon tools which you have.
Yes.
Yeah, why 4? Why?
So,
I know when I look at on the inventory of DATs, it's probably one of the ones that's been growing fastest in the last 2 years, 3 years.
Yes, definitely.
We have almost every parish has its own one, we call it, or every,
So
yeah.
So the pilot was done on 3. We've recently added 1 more of the 4. So they're the 4 main UK used. It was done. We did it originally off a report, I believe, that was published. But again, this started. I think it was developed 3 years ago. So obviously, the 3 that were used initially were the main ones at the time. It's across all sectors. I say I'm more beef and sheep, so I know in England, AgriCalc, for instance, is the one that primarily beef and sheep farmers use. That's for the ones I speak to anyway. But then, we've added 1 recently, and again, if we get more funding and resources, we would, as you say, like to expand that out a lot further to all the other tools, because obviously the more on there, the more value it has. Because again, as you say, all the tools are pretty up to date now, and most of them are pretty across the board now, but it does vary, as you say, what sector you're in as to which tool is going to be more viable for your business. Does that answer? Not really.
Yeah, I suppose a question, I suppose, following up on the last, in terms of ecosystem services and the diversity of agroforestry, forestry, and various types and stages of forest.
Yes. Yeah, and like the previous presentation, obviously, in England, obviously, agroforestry is becoming more and more commonplace. Well, a lot more farmers are now thinking about doing it or are implementing it. So again, that on some of these tools, it's not accounted for that accurately as yet, but I know a lot of them are now getting on board. So it's getting that resource to be able to constantly update the tool to make it relevant in the current day is our next big thing.
Thank you very much, Holly. And now for the last presentation of the day, Pierre.
No problem, normally. Hello again. So I'm not the user case leader for this project, but our user case leader changed his post a few months ago. So I will try my best to present you the user cases and the PEARS proposals and PEARS. So our user cases is to enrich the services of the platform Mes Parcelles. So in French it means my fields. I will present you the DATs to start. So it's a centralized control solution. So the service platform for centralized, optimized, and secure management of all the farm operation. So as you can say, you have a big dashboard, so you can have all your hectares, the different plots with all the crops on it, etc., etc. So you can have a good view of everything on your farm, and also all your all the things that you do on the farm. So if you put some manure, if you put some pesticides, everything, you have everything in this dashboard. So just a quick history of this platform. So it's created since 2005. And at the beginning, it was really to help farmers for CAP declaration, to centralize everything that you need to do your CAP declaration on one platform. And you just at the moment that you have to do the declaration, you put an export on every data, and you give it to the European Commission. And for the years, we had multiple different services on these DATs. And all these services that you see here are added directly by so the Chamber of Agriculture, that are the owners of these DATs. And so all the developments also, we use bottom-up feedback. So we do a lot of meetings with groups of farmers to ask them if everything is good for them, if the DATs it's really useful for them, user-friendly, everything that we see earlier. And we try to keep maintaining the DATs user-friendly for farmers. So that was one of the first pearls, if I can say that. And after, for all in France, it's a regional level and departmental level that we sell the project and keep it with the farmers. Just some little figures. So more than 40,000 agricultural businesses are subscribed to these DATs. It's the first leading tool in the market in France. And we have a resubscription rate, sorry, it's difficult to say, over than 95%. So farmers are really quite good with these tools. And like I said, we have 34,000 CAP exports with the tool in 2022. So it's really the main subject for that. So the features, this was one of the main, sorry. Oops, okay, sorry. So in the services, you can do a lot of things. So doses management for nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. Your manure plan, your map-based breeding plan. Also all the traceability of your projects on the farm, the regulatory indicator, grazing booklet, etc. I will not keep in detail on it. You can also use it on mobile. It was something really not so far away. It's been maybe 1 year or 2 years that we create the mobile app, because the groups of farmers ask to have it on mobile, so we developed the mobile things. And so the user case is on connecting services, because farmers ask so the developers for these DATs to have access to other services that are already developed by other startup or company. But they want to have access to the DATs, but also to the data and everything that they put in these other DATs, but link and with operability with MeParcel. So that was the first step, and we think that in the FAIRshare project we can start thinking about it and see how we can do the interconnection between external DATs and MeParcel DATs. So I will pass on it. So now we have some connected services directly linked to MeParcel. So we have some weather station resources. We have some sensors and IoT provided by companies that you can link to MeParcel. Not everything, but some. Some breeding, some decision support tools, a lot of drone and satellite images. It was something really great. And also a marketing market steering to see the price and everything. So here you can see, no, it's not this one, sorry, it's this one. So here you can see all the services that are linked to mes parcels. For example, mes sat-images, it's all about satellite images. And we also, like we see on the square, it was 2 dads that we are keep talking with the provider to connect it. So it's some for the weather station and all the machinery targeting. And so when we connect in it, it's not just we click on the MESAT image and we are redirect to the other DATs. Everything it's really linked and interoperable. So you can make your order of maps on directly on MeParcel. Everything's go to the other DAT's MESAT image. We do the modeling, the interpretation, the photos. Everything go to MeParcel, so you have the data and it's putting on your fields on the maps. And after you can export it to put it on your machinery to make your nitrogen, for example, inputs. So this is other example I can show you after if you want of connected services. So that and oops, I forgot my last slide for the puzzle, so I will do it by head. So what can I say? So the FAIRshare project for us, it's really a good thing because to enrich this platform, we have to know which DATs can be used and can be useful for farmers. So the DATs inventory was really a good thing for us to discover new DATs all around Europe, because for now, this DATs, it's only in France, but we also want to spread it all over Europe. So that's really something great. We also learn a lot about the trainings. So we already do a lot of trainings for the use of these tools. But we learn a lot of new things that we can also, at the beginning, we only do group trainings, but we see that also face-to-face training with advisors or things like that could be interesting for some people that are not quite good with the group things, and I think it's good for me. If you have any questions. Question here. Again.
Thanks very much. Very good presentation. So every farmer in France has to subscribe to a service similar to MeParcel, does he?
It's not mandatory, but a lot of farmers subscribe because a lot of farmers subscribe to this one, but the other half, we will say, subscribe to our biggest concurrent. So I think maybe 10% of the French farmers didn't use these tools and do the cap declaration by themselves.
So they can make a direct declaration via what system? Is there another?
I don't know.
And it's a subscriber-based system. It costs them a certain amount of money to.
Yeah. They pay for these services. There are different type of advisors. Advisory.
So there's a regulatory driver behind all of these.
As the most common.
And is MeParcel with all its extra add-ons? That's more expensive than the average, is it? Or?
I don't think so. I'm not sure with the price, but every years we ask also farmers if the price of all the services are still good for them. We also explain when we have to increase the price. We explain them why we increase the price for the services, so they can understand how we do it, and we every time we are good for that. So like I say, we have 95% of resubscription, so it's okay for the farmers.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay. You have?
No, good.
Tom is tempted, but he will ask in the afterwards. Yes?
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just want to say you two things. Again, the buses will be outside at 6:15. And also, one of the deliverables is the evaluation of the train to trainers. And we will send it to all user cases, and we will give you until the end of next week to evaluate it and then do your comments. But Vaso and Alex will prepare just 2 questions, so you don't be editing, like doing editing in the documents, because then it's very complicated to gather all the information. It will be just 2 questions that you have to answer when evaluating the report. So don't edit it and don't do comments on it. Was this clear? Because sometimes my English can be not so clear. So, but if you have any questions regarding this deliverable, this report that we will ask you to give your opinion, I will then, please then come to speak with me or with Vaso, and we will explain in more detail. Okay, so thank you, and see you in the bus. Reminding me, I'm a bit, I forgot, tomorrow morning we start at 9, okay? Don't forget, at 9. Thank you, and enjoy the evening.